YouTube, how's it going tonight? A little impromptu Friday night stream. Because we can. Because we can. Gonna have Christopher on tonight, Night Me. Let's get him on. Oh yes. No matter how much I try to mute the sound from Skype, it must make noise.
Oh shoot. I don't think I, hello, how are you?
Hey, Christopher, how's it going tonight?
Alright, SumFatGi. What's your name, man?
Phil. Phil's good, yeah.
Phil. Citizen Phil.
Yes, sir.
I know you're not American, but, you know, or you're American-Canadian, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Former.
yeah, there we are, yeah. But
Yeah.
even if you weren't, you know, like, you're a citizen of some country, damn it.
Exactly, right? Hey, look at that. All the camera settings worked from last time. What a treat tonight. So much easier.
Do I sound alright? Is there...
Yeah, no, everything's good.
Alright.
I'm
a little concerned.
I figured we'd talk a bit tonight, so I'm not sharing the screen with you on Skype there while we talk. Just bugs out things, but if things progress and we cover some content, I'll throw up a screen for you.
Sounds good. Sounds good. You know, some content might be nice. You know, I've been kind of unplugged since October with all the news and everything. I just got too overwhelmed, and it's just like too much for me, man. You know, like sometimes I just had to unplug. You know.
Oh, absolutely.
I see this little picture thing here. Oh no, it's add people to call. Well, fuck you. I'm trying to. I thought you could just change the picture like with ease, like have a privacy thing, and there would be some obvious option somewhere, you know, so I don't need to, you know, cover up the camera.
Right.
Oh well. I didn't even check the camera angle and everything. I'm not even framed nicely. I'm so sorry.
Hey, it's all good. This was a last minute. We just kind of threw it together tonight. I'm just trying to find some content and shit to look up, and you get that set up, I get set up, it's all good.
Yeah, it sounds like fun.
Yeah, why not, right?
So,
something to do.
How's your past few days been going?
Oh shit, dude, it's been hectic as fuck here dealing with insurance idiots and contractors and shit, because I have that flood there.
The basement. Yeah, the basement's all fucked. Oh shit.
Oh
dude.
Man, it's all fucked up down there. All the boards and shit on the floor warped and fucked and...
Like, how deep was it? Was it like a few inches or like feet are we talking about?
No, just a few inches. Probably like 3-4 inches down there at the worst. But, you know, anything on top of flooring and the gyprock and all goes down to the floor. So everything just absorbed the water. And
the mold, too. The mold, you know, is an issue. But, I remember our house that I grew up with had flooding issues. And
oh, yeah.
I just, like, made sure never to, like, put any of the computers directly on the ground or near the ground. It was always, like, on a desk or some other, like, table or something.
No, I'm learning that lesson a little too late, unfortunately. Lost a lot of shit down there.
I know. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could just, like, access other people's, like, you know, experiences so we could learn faster and better, not to sound like the Cylons from Battlestar Galactica. You know?
Well, we kind of have that with YouTube and Google search and everything, right? It's interesting.
It's not as fast and efficient as it's portrayed in the sci-fis.
No, we're not there yet, for sure. You know, Elon Musk's Neuralink, it's baby steps right now. It's certainly nowhere near that, but I think we're going to eventually get there, possibly not in our lifetimes, but for sure our children's lifetimes, they will have more of a sci-fi reality like that. But I mean, compared to like when we were growing up, fuck me. You know, you had to pull out the Encyclopedia Britannica to look up anything. Now it's just pull out your phone and hit Google and away you go.
Yeah, and it wasn't just one encyclopedia, unless it was like some shortened version. It was like you had like 23 books or some shit like that, you know, and like here's A, or here's A and B, and then, you know, here's C, and then it just went through the alphabet.
Crazy expensive too. I remember raising money for the school I was at the time to get a set of like used encyclopedias, and it was like $3,000-$4,000 we had to raise for a used fucking set.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. I don't know how my family acquired them, but I think uh, we had a few sets of encyclopedias, and I think like a friend of the family died, like my father's friend or something, and then we ended up acquiring some stuff. I know for a fact though that that's how I acquired a game. It was on one of those 5.5-inch floppies. It was called
Oh, it's
Starflight,
old school. Yeah, yeah.
and it was really fun. It was like you get to explore the universe and shit, and it was actually a really fun game to
Wicked.
explore planets.
Yeah, that was the shit back in the day. And then they got the encyclopedia on like a DVD-ROM or CD-ROM, I guess. And
Yeah,
even that was
the
expensive.
yeah. The one speed CD-ROMs where you had to like put the CD in a case and then put that case in the fucking CD-ROM drive and shit. It was like
Yeah,
all old school.
that's so old school. Good God.
Yeah.
Kids have it so easy nowadays, man. CDs, DVDs have gone the way of the dinosaur. It doesn't even exist anymore. In our short lifetimes, we've come from nothing to all this digital shit to everything's changed
It's a
formats.
pretty nice, like it's a pretty comfortable, like the digital shit has kind of evolved really nicely right now, and I'm sure it'll get better. But compared to 25-ish, 30 years ago, where it is now, it is much improved. You could look up a lot of nonsense online, or you could look up good information too.
It's definitely
It's
choose
hard.
your own adventure. I was having a conversation with someone the other day about how choose your own adventure Facebook is and the shit they feed you depending on your metadata that they receive from you. And my experience on Facebook versus your experience on Facebook is totally different. Not that I even use Facebook. It was just more of a boomer I was talking to, so they're really into using Facebook still. But the information she gets on there is completely slanted towards her liberal view of shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's amazing how
It's just like an echo chamber and just kind of keep
yeah,
you reinforce all the bad teachings, all the bad propaganda. I
yeah.
have a buddy that well, I deleted my Facebook many months ago, and I swear it was like the best decision that I ever like made, just because it was so frustrating. And then you're trying to have like I'm trying to have some good conversation. I make up some legit, I make some good legit points, and it's just all ignored. What it is just metaphorically just someone taking a shit in their hand and throwing it, and then other people are taking shits in their hands and throwing it, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, and it was just
Absolutely.
too much petty shit. It's like, man, like I think picking my nose, is just like a million times more productive than fucking Facebook.
Yeah, the only reason I still have a Facebook account is for the Facebook Marketplace. The whole I don't even know what they call it now. Your live feed, your stream, like your main page. I don't even use that shit. I have no interest to see what the fuck friends from school and family and all sorts of dumb fucks are up to. Just not into it. Same with Twitter. I deleted Twitter years ago. I just started using the goddamn podcast Twitter to get some information out there and contact some people to see if they want to join us for a live stream or reaching out for sponsorship spots and stuff, because the channel's got a decent amount of subscribers. It's a very small podcast still, but there's enough there for growth with sponsorship, and using Twitter just for that and going over some of the crazy shit that's other people are saying. It's like, I have no need to do this. You
Well,
can
yeah,
really get
Twitter
lost.
is it's sort of like Facebook, but people could say less stuff, least in a single tweet or whatever. They're limited to their 280 characters or whatever it is. Yeah, yeah. I don't really care too much about my Twitter, but I use my Twitter to just kind of like vent or like, put whatever out there. I guess I recently lost some followers because I talked some shit about Kanye.
Oh, is that
Con-
right?
yeah, I really hate the Twitter recommendations, like what's trending now. And I really should probably start screenshotting it because it's like the most petty, stupid shit I've ever fucking, I'm totally not interested in checking it out. but Twitter recommends it to me anyway. And they had this like Kanye West demands Billie Eilish apologize for the diss of some other dude or whatever artist. And it's like I don't even know the details, but I just don't fucking care. He's like saying that he's going to leave whatever fucking platform, and it's like I don't know, go fuck yourself, Kanye. I mean, he's
Pretty
that
much.
same dude. He's that same dude that fucking yelled at some handicapped kid for not standing up at his fucking. And I don't remember no big apology or like him like reaching out to this person. And even if so, it could have just been a PR stunt. Be like, look, the blowback is too much. You got to spend a few thousand on this kid to kind of make things right. So I don't even know if it like in that situation it wouldn't really like be sincere. It would just be more like thinking about my career, and yeah. So anyway, I think the dude is totally arrogant, and I don't like him. I never really listened to his music, so no big loss or anything. But I understand like there's people that like the music and everything, and then it's like, oh, your artist is now an asshole. I guess that's why you got to separate the art from the artist sometimes. That does happen. I like AC/DC, but the drummer a few years back got busted for trying to hire a hitman to kill his wife and shit.
Oh, Jesus.
And it's like,
okay.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, you can't hold that against the other members, right? But that does make me lose a little bit of respect for AC/DC. But the shit that I grew up on, like you got to separate the art from the artist sometimes, and that's just anyway.
That's a good philosophy to have. With shit like Twitter that we have nowadays, you're seeing how the sausage is made, so to speak. Seeing the personal shit to these people's lives, seeing behind the curtain, and it certainly does ruin it. I mean, how many places do I not shop at now, or people I don't support because they have positive views towards Trump with their politics.
Yeah, well,
So I like your philosophy of separating the art from the artist, because they are certainly two entities.
There are good people out there that support Trump. I mean, I'm not saying that like Trump is a good person or anything, but like people could get fooled, and all because someone falls victim to the flim flam and shit that James Randi used to complain often about. Is just like we're human, all right. We're able to be manipulated. We do stupid shit all the time, and I don't want to really hold it against them and be upset at my neighbors and everything. I just want them to like try to realize like a bigger picture, because my neighbors will fall into that shit too. Like I'll criticize the Democrats and they're like, you support the Republicans then, and it's like, no, I don't really support the Republicans either. In fact, I hate them probably more than the Democrats. But all because I'm criticizing one side, that doesn't mean that I'm for the other main side, And it's like a simple, basic, easy to understand point and easy to convey. But people are so fucking warped and propagandized that they're just like, no, you just support Trump, and
Yes.
They take a dump in their hand and they throw it at you, and it's like, fuck, man, I just trying to have a conversation. I thought,
It's more than a binary choice. There's many shades to politics, and if you don't fall into one category, it doesn't make it an automatic or for the other category.
Yeah, it's such an
and a lot of
easy
people don't
point
see that.
to understand. Yeah, like I don't get it. I guess I'm fucking stupid.
No,
I can't.
I wouldn't say so. I mean, I think there's way too many people in your country that have that it's a binary choice, and it is almost a binary choice because there's only two political parties that are
two
viable.
Two viable ones. There's other parties, but it's like, and the two main ones aren't really doing anything to help out the little guys. They're like, yeah, we got a fucking a monopoly on this, pretty much. We win whether we win or lose an election, and what I mean by that is that they're able to get donations. Like the Democrats loved when Trump was in office, not the supporters.
No, but
like
the
the
donations
leadership.
they were getting to just campaign that we're not Trump. We have a different view than Trump. Give us money. let us get in power.
And then they're doing everything that Trump did. Like, I mean, okay, there was one good thing. Like, Trump was like, well, why are we all fighting with Russia? You know, and it's like, that's a good thing to have, you know, and I guess that's where something that I could agree with Trump on. We all don't need to be, you know, China and Russia and starting shit. You know, we could maybe just work together. Like, hey, Russia's over there. Let's do some shit together. You know, instead of always fighting. You know, like, and that was something that I agree with Trump. But there was a lot of stupid shit that Trump said that I don't agree with. Yeah, I totally forgot the point that I really started this off on. You know?
he definitely had a better view towards Trump, but he made a boogeyman out of China. It's almost like he took the boogeyman of what Putin and Russia represents, and let's just turn that over to China. Communist China, they're so awful.
That was so terrible. Like the dude had his hats fucking made in China, and the Ivanka clothing line was made in China. And that's just like, that is so amazing how stupid people are. You know, he's like talking shit about China and then using China to make an extra buck. Because you could you could have that shit produced in America, you made in the USA. You know, that's why these hats were $30 instead of 20. You know, but he didn't. He's still
charging a premium for all that merchandise that is absolutely made overseas, and you know, it costs twice as much to have it made in that country. And then you could, but nobody gave a shit. We're looking up, I forget what stream I was on, like a week ago. I was looking up some Mike Lindell shit, so I said, well, let's go to the Mike Lindell MyPillow website, and all his shit says on the fucking pages, like, made in Kuala Lumpur, made in China, made in Malaysia. I'm like, motherfucker, you're this fucking pro-American fucking douchebag, and you're charging a fucking premium for this goddamn shit that you're peddling, and you're buying it for fucking pennies on the dollar overseas.
Yep. And people are like, well, that's capitalism, you know, and it's this weird, they have people twisted around like a fucking pretzel, and they don't even know it. They don't even know that they're all twisted around. They're like, no, man, I'm straight and I'm focused and I know what's up. And it's like, do you really know what's up?
Not a clue. And I don't know if it's so much an issue that people are just so fucking overworked in that country that there's no free time besides you get home, pop a fucking Bud Light and watch Survivor, and you don't have time to get involved in shit, or it's just taking the easy route out to not be involved. Well, no, it doesn't matter who I vote for. It's the system's not going to change. Well, motherfucker, it's not going to change unless you fucking start to help get that change.
Yeah. Well, and start caring at least, like, because there's that political apathy that we need to get beyond, and then there's that people don't have time to be well informed. I'm sure there's tons of people out there that they may even have some of this Trump merchandise or the Michael Lindell MyPillow guy stuff, but they don't see the made in China. You know, they just put the hat on. They never even looked. They're totally oblivious to it, and it's like right there, right next to their fucking face, you know, the whole time. And then when it is discovered, they're like, well, you know, then they do the capitalism. There's the capitalism, you know, conditioning. You know, it's like, well, I mean, the dude's making money. The dude's making money, and that's what we all value and cherish in society, right? You know, and it's like, you know, I don't know if I share that.
There's an answer for everything, and it's mental gymnastics to get to that answer.
Yeah, mental gymnastics is a good phrase. I like that. Yeah, it's a lot of flip flopping and, you know, back flips and front flips, and man, you know, like they be looking like Jedis, you know, with the fucking, you know, like, you know, mental gymnastics that they're doing and shit. They're like, yes, that's a good point, but I'm going to jump 3 stories up here and run really fast, you know.
Yeah, I still find it funny. I got a copyright strike on goddamn podcast for playing a Trump rally, and the strike was for fake news.
What?
It's like, motherfucker, you have Trump on your fucking platform. This entire fucking clip of his 2-hour, 3-hour rally.
You're just quoting him. It's right, like right there. Like, how is that fake?
And they're trying to say I'm playing fake news. Like, well, then what the fuck is OAN and Newsmax on your platform? How are you allowing that? But you're gonna fucking bash a small YouTuber for having this shit on there.
Well, it's always about punching down, you know? Like, always. It's just, People, and that's no different. They'll fuck the GDP over. They'll fuck any small channel over, even if they're popular. They're trying to go after Joe Rogan and all this like oversensitivity. And I had the exact same kind of experience as Joe Rogan, where and like I didn't say it, or at least for a long, long time. But I would talk about this story, like where I would like use the N word, but I would actually say it, and it would just like I wasn't saying it in like I wasn't calling anybody the name. I was just like,
Sure.
yeah, my grandfather that was a racist asshole in that sense. Like he killed Nazis and then he was a racist asshole. So anyway, it's a complex issue, but just on this one issue, he would sit out in his front yard and yell the N word,
Yes.
at the neighbors and anybody walking by. And I would tell this story, but instead of saying N word and censoring myself, I would actually say the word and people flip out. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, no, I wasn't like calling anybody that. What's wrong with you? And they're like, well, no, you made a certain sound, and therefore, we you must be overly sensitive and not, try to understand what you're saying. You said the word, and you're not in a Quentin Tarantino movie or a Mel Brooks movie, so fuck you, and people like lose their shit, and it's like,
Taken out of
what?
context. No matter if you
Yeah,
spend 20
I'm
minutes
not
setting
like,
it up, they're gonna fucking hear
and the
that.
dude that had the false restraining order against me when he was in court, I'm like remembering all this shit, because it takes me a while to process.
Sure.
And he actually like I wrote a blog about this, and what I just said was something that I mentioned in there, and and he tried using that shit against me, like, and it's kind of similar what's happening to Joe Rogan right now with the like nobody's taking into the entirety of what he's saying. They're just looking at like a little sliver. Oh, you made a certain sound. Oh, how dare you?
Yeah, I'm not following the latest thing with Rogan. I mean, last shit I was hearing is when he was pushing the fucking, or he had COVID, and he's pushing all the fucking shit that he had to treat the COVID he had. And there was a lot of up in arms, and a lot of it's, of course, fake outrage, but it's good for him. It's growth for him because there's no such thing as bad publicity. But there's certainly things, and this is what sounds like it's happening now. There's things that you can't say, in
Yeah.
places you can't go, and it's kind of hard to recover from that, bad or not. Publicity's sometimes gonna come to bite you in the ass.
No, you're not. I don't know. It doesn't sound like you're trying to bite me in the ass.
Not tried yet, but night's still early. We'll see where it goes, eh?
Well, like the Joe Rogan shit, like the shit that he was pushing. I don't know about any of that shit. I'm not a medical doctor, but I was sick for just as long as Joe Rogan. And aside from just taking vitamin D for an unrelated, like, look, I'm just trying to make my skin heal properly. Aside from the vitamin D, I didn't take anything else extra. So like Joe Rogan goes on, he's like, oh yeah, I was taking this, this, and this, and this. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, well, did any of that shit really help out?
Yeah, kind of hard to find out when you throw the whole kitchen sink at it what exactly was the contributing factor to helping.
Yeah, yeah,
Seems
he
to be
could have been
50
like doing
things.
none of that shit. Like one of my points, and I'm not saying this would be the case, but it could be the case. Like if he didn't take any of that shit,
He
he
probably
probably
would have.
still could have been sick for the same amount of time.
Well, the motherfucker's in good shape, too. He's, what,
Well, that doesn't
53
matter
years
for
old, but
diseases.
with COVID, it seems to be a real contributing factor. Like, the fatties are fucking dropping dead from it. You know, Rogan obviously hits the gym a lot. He's in good fucking shape. That seems
Well, I
to
mean,
be.
yeah, let me take that back. I will take that back. I would say in most cases it's not really a factor, but in some cases, yeah, keeping up with your body and everything, and staying in shape and eating right, um, is a factor.
Yeah,
I
it seems
just
to
I
be.
find it a little fucked up that just some people like Trump, he lives such an unhealthy lifestyle, and the dude is like still going, and it's like my dad died at like 62. What the fuck, like,
Right. Oh, it's amazing what money will fucking buy, right? Down there where money literally buys your health care. Trump is
yeah,
literally buying his fucking extension to his life. Because he might not have survived if he is average Joe in the shape he's in now and got COVID like he did. He probably would not have survived if he wasn't airlifted to a fucking military hospital and had the best top tier fucking healthcare in the world.
Yeah. Well, plus they were giving him steroids, and he's like, "I've never felt better." It's like, no shit, you never felt better, you fucking asshole.
Hey, jacked up on everything.
Yeah, they had you doped up on steroids and shit. Of course you felt good.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
It's a surprise. He might even still be addicted to that shit, because how the fuck do you come down off of that, of being in your mid-70s and so fucking jacked up on drugs that you feel like fucking Superman?
Well, yeah, he probably gets a lot of drugs, just all speculation, to be clear. But he probably does get a lot of drugs, and he'll never get busted for it because he's rich. He's part of the one class, and those crimes, actually all crimes, are for the poor and the working class and just the other, like, the non-elites.
He definitely there's evidence out there that he takes stimulants, and you can really tell in some of his performances he's fucking jacked up. But to your point of being rich, when I heard earlier in the week that Dre and Snoop Dogg are doing the halftime show at the Super Bowl, and I started thinking, like, well, fuck, it's in California, a legal state for weed, but Snoop is, to my recollection, never really been busted for smoking weed throughout his tenure of being who he is. But he's known as the motherfucker that, he's high as shit all the time. So how the fuck did he make his whole career on that, but not get fucking busted when he goes to podunk fucking illegal marijuana states? Like, is it just because he's so fucking rich he can buy shit off, or?
Yeah, probably. Well, I mean, it's the mindset. It's the mindset of the cops. They're there for the elites.
That's what it was. I seen a picture. Sorry to interrupt. I seen a picture of Snoop with his arms around cops. It was some fake outrage OAN was airing about, oh, fuck the police, and that's what Snoop is, and then the channel I was watching, they were showing pictures of Snoop with. There's hundreds and thousands of pictures of fucking Snoop with cops, and how the fuck did that happen? The motherfucker's on drugs. This is his whole fucking thing, but the cops are fine with that. Fuck, man. Well, if you don't have that publicity, that notoriety, and that his wealth and who he is, you're not going to be doing that good.
Yeah, you're going to be stopped and frisked and harassed and arrested multiple times, and maybe you lose your place and lose your job, and totally affect your life.
Holding on to a job. How the fuck are you going to pass your drug test and shit? You're a functioning fucking addict. if you have any kind of job outside of McDonald's, anything with some kind of responsibility, you're going to be drug tested.
Well, even McDonald's, I think, does that shit, but it's so unfair. It's like, I'm all for, easing, look, if people got the right to smoke cigarettes at work to deal with so many asshole customers or their asshole boss, they should be able to smoke a little bit of weed. Now, that should come with the caveat is, know, what the effects are on you before you drive or operate heavy machinery. And I've had medications that have had those labels, but sure. I function just fine. In fact, I'm functioning worse when I am not going out and about and didn't smoke, beforehand or something like that, or didn't smoke on my way there. Yeah, I'm just the PTSD and the way that I get caught up in my own thoughts, and I just talk about something, and then it brings back all these other memories. And when I'm kind of, stoned and everything, going about my day, going grocery shopping, I'm a little more tame and a little cheerier and everything, and I don't get caught up and lost in my thoughts, especially bad thoughts. And I understand people don't want to hear the shit sometimes, but I can't help it but mention it, and just because I think of the trauma that I've been through, and I don't really understand at all why I do things the way I do.
It's a lot like having a cocktail, for sure, smoking a joint, and that's why I had to stop drinking. Is I might be an alcoholic. I fucking like it a little too much. I like that feeling, not being shit-faced completely, but not having complete grasp on life, that life's a little bit fucking easier because you're a little bit fucking buzzed. Life sucks, and it's really fucking hard to get through some days completely sober. But I think that, that's kind of been humanity throughout history. Alcohol has been around, always. and motherfuckers have been fucking taking shit all across the world, different kind of drugs. You look at something like kratom, right, and what kratom does, and or even marijuana. The fact that we have marijuana receptors in our fucking brain, like what evolutionary path led to that, for that to have occurred, other than we've been smoking and taking.
It was God.
God did it. Well, then motherfucker, why is it illegal? God put shit in my brain that allows this fucking thing I smoke to interact with me. So why is this a problem? Why is this a sin?
Because the assholes in charge kind of deem it that way. They don't like the hippies. They don't like their peaceful, like, love your neighbor shit. They like to get people, like, to fight their neighbors, and it's just not helpful to the propaganda cause to keep just people in line. And I think, like, if there's one good thing that I could do with my whole presidency thing that I could do on my own is taking marijuana, like, legitly, like, week one, I will do this. I can't say day one, but I could definitely say week one.
Yeah.
Is like, get rid of the Schedule 1 classification and start pardoning people, at least from federal. That's where I could do it. And then pressure governors where I can. And help those people out. And there's like other cases aside from marijuana. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, no, wait.
There it is.
Oh, you're all right.
Hit the wrong mute button. No,
here.
I just gotta, just give me a quick second. I gotta grab some refill for my vape there.
I got you. Yeah, so yeah, I'm pretty pro weed. In fact, I think I could smoke Snoop under the table. I'll be willing to test this out, see who could last, who could smoke the most, and who could be the most coherent afterwards. Me and Snoop.
Yeah, he might not have that great of a fucking tolerance. All aspects aside of fucking showmanship and shit, how much weed does he actually smoke when, people like us that wake and bake, man.
I
like
imagine him to like smell like weed all the time, but that's just what I imagine, and who knows what the reality is.
Sure, it could all be just a fucking act, right?
I hope not. God, that would really be.
It would really ruin that illusion, wouldn't it?
I'm like dark matter with like alcohol. Like, you give me like a fucking like wine cooler and a half, man, and I'm like slurring shit.
Oh shit! You got no tolerance, eh?
Yeah, but I'd be able to smoke people under the table probably.
Yeah. No, you hit upon a good point there of why it really is illegal, and I mean, I know compared okay. Let me focus this a little more. I think how you said how hippies versus they want you to be violent, they want you to fucking challenge shit and be aggressive.
Yeah, they want you to be irritated.
That is exactly the fucking what alcohol does. I'm not a violent drunk by any means, but me happy drunk versus me just happy sober are really aggressively different. And marijuana does not do that to me. It really makes me fucking question shit and challenge shit and look at the whole fucking, what the fuck are we doing in this life to go work 40 hours a fucking week for, Amazon and make Bezos fucking so filthy rich. He can have a goddamn dick rocket to go into space, right?
Well, he got rid of that fucking historic bridge, and I forget which podcast. Maybe it was the Revolutionary Blackout, formerly known as the Fred Hampton Leftists, or Jimmy Dore, or maybe Status Quo. I've been kind of checking them out lately just to kind of dip my toes back into all the news and drama. And Jeff Bezos had this historic bridge like torn down so he could fit his yacht through this one waterway.
Jesus Christ.
And that yacht comes with a smaller yacht.
Yeah, I've seen that. His super yacht has a fucking $1 million fucking yacht just to service the super yacht.
Yeah, he could have taken that smaller boat, but he's like, no, I'm just Bezos, bitches. And it's like, oh my God. And he's like the laziest motherfucker. He's like always, taking breaks or doing an interview. Like, when is he actually working? He's not working. He's never fucking working. He's like the laziest motherfucker, but he's never portrayed as like some lazy motherfucker, but I would portray him like that.
I'm
he's
good with
portrayed
him
as some brilliant, awesome, like, look at this dude, he's so awesome. He got like born into wealth and then he became wealthier. Isn't that great? You know, and it's like,
I'm good with him having his wealth. I'm not good with how he made that wealth and what he continues to do to make that wealth. Timing his fucking employees at his fulfillment centers, and you don't meet that criteria, those algorithms they've set out that it should take you this long to fucking package something, but you took 4 seconds longer, so your ass is fucking shit canned. We're gonna
yeah,
get
well,
someone
their
else in
turnover
there.
rate is huge. That's why they're having such a hard time with the union efforts. It's because they get all these signatures, but then like a
A week
third of the
later, it's
signatures
gone.
or more, you know, they done got fired, so they can't
Yeah.
be part of it, you know, and it's just this endless fucking vicious cycle that is really tilted towards the anti-union shit. You know, it's like you gotta allow people to unionize and collectively bargain.
It's a matter of time before those fulfillment centers go full automation. The fact that they're still using humans and need humans is just because we're not there yet. We haven't reached that technology level to have everything robotic.
Well,
You
and
take
then what happens when most things are automated, you know? And then like how is society? How are people going to make money
we're
and,
fucked.
and to survive? And they're yeah, the rest, like the mainstream media, the government, you know, the politicians, they're all like, well, we'll be fine. Yeah, but what about like the 95% of the other people that you don't really know or associate with? Well, it's up to them to figure it out. I'll tell you this, like when you said like working 40 hours a week, or did you say 60? Or anyway, I
Sure.
did I worked this taxi driving job back in 2013 when I was homeless, and I worked like every waking moment, and there were some days I did like 30-hour days. Like I would just stay awake all, just up on coffee all day. And like I worked my birthday, and like I just worked every waking moment. I felt guilty when I had to, like, I hung out with a buddy, like a high school buddy of mine, and I would use his place to shower and kind of just freshen up and everything. And I'll feel guilty like that I had to spend 2 or 3 hours over there because I wasn't showering the entire time. I'd chill with my friends, and I felt bad about that. It's like, man, I got to get my ass back to work,
Yeah.
and I was working my ass off, and I still couldn't put a roof over my head. That's like, this is just one
The
story
working poor.
out of millions of stories. There's other people that work hard and they don't deserve to live in destitute, but they are living in destitute because that's just how the systems have been designed. I tell you this, maximum wage is definitely something that I want to talk about very often. I might even get a tattoo of it on my back one day. I want to get policy goals like tattooed on my back,
Oh
like
yeah.
Medicare for all, and the idea, the intention is to get them crossed out eventually.
Nice.
You know,
Yeah. I got you. Yeah, I can recall. I think it was 2004, a George W. Bush town hall meeting style, and one of the questions posed by a woman in the audience about what you're going to do about minimum wage if we can get it increased. It must have been like 6.25 at the time, and she's trying to lay out her example. She works 3 jobs, and she's still fucking poor. A single mom
yeah.
working 3 fucking different jobs.
And Bush was like, "Isn't that uniquely American,
Yeah,
everybody?"
and I'm like, oh
And it's
my
like, "Fuck
god,
you,
did
that's fucked
you
up."
completely fucking missed that point? And I don't even know if she was trying to make that point, but accidentally made it. But no one fucking like picked up on that, and just blew me the fuck away.
And she probably got caught up with the applause and everything and people cheering, and like it's easy to get sidetracked like that. You're probably nervous asking a question on like live TV and shit, and then people start applauding, and then it's easy for you to like stay shut up and everything, like.
Yeah. No, it's that was the last year I lived in that country. Jesus Christ, it was fucking amazing how tone deaf everybody was to that situation. That you can work 3 goddamn jobs and still not fucking make ends meet. That you're putting debt on your
Or you're
credit
just
card.
making ends meet with the 3 jobs,
Yeah,
so if you lost one of them, you're going to be in trouble.
that's rough. But it doesn't help to raise the minimum wage because then everything else just goes up along with it. The cost of
Well,
goods go
everything
up.
else is going up, though. Everything else is going up. I don't buy that argument at all. Like, they're like, well, we can't raise wages because everything else will go up. And it's like, dude, everything else is going up.
Yeah, This is true.
And the wages are staying, like at least the federal is like flatlined for like how long now? Like 2 decades, a decade and a half? I don't fucking know. I could probably look it up right now, but.
Well, I'd give you a good example of that. I'm trying to think of when it was, probably 8-10 years ago, whenever gas prices really fucking were hurting under Obama, and up here Canada Post started tacking on a fuel surcharge. Everyone was fucking outraged, but yeah, okay, it makes sense. It's so fucking expensive for gas. It's going to hurt their fleet. It's going to cost more to ship shit. But it was an overnight fucking increase of, oh my god, we're not making ends meet. We got to fucking increase and add this shit because shit's so fucking bad. But the problem was when shit wasn't so fucking bad and gas has dropped way the fuck off over the since this happened years, and or during fucking COVID when gas was so fucking cheap that they were paying people to fucking store it. Where the fuck was that decrease, that overnight decrease to those fucking tapped on charges for Canada Post? We had to hurry up and fucking raise them, but you're not hurrying up and fucking removing them. And to your point with that is, we're paying a fuck ton for everything right now. Everything's fucking gone through the roof. From the grocery stores to the fucking gas pumps, but nothing is happening fucking minimum wage. There's not a fucking, oh my god, we need to increase this shit, or the fucking free market is trying to meet up and keep up the, to the demand of it. Why isn't Walmart paying $13 an hour so their fucking employees can take their paycheck and go back to Walmart and invest that shit in the Walmart? No, they're fucking hurting.
They get a 10% discount, or whatever it is.
Yeah. But it doesn't change. It stays stagnant. So I think you do have a fair point of if we jack up the fucking minimum wage to a living wage, be it $15, $20, $25 an hour, everything's going to cost more, but it's going to stay and it's not going to go through the fucking roof. But right now it's through the fucking roof. And what are you doing for us?
The thing about, the Fed is the Fed could print money, and I'm all for that. I'm all for printing money, but just not for the corporations and the elites. We could... let's say we raise the minimum wage to $25 an hour. There's a lot of small businesses out there that will struggle. And this would only be for small businesses, not just in the name only. But I'm tired of these politicians. They're like, oh yeah, the payment protection program in America that went to a lot of corporations and then a lot of smaller businesses that tried applying. Well, the bigger corporations jumped on that really quickly.
They gobbled it all up. There was nothing left by the time they got to it, because Goliath does have the fucking lawyers. They can apply and get that shit fucking approved instantly. The mom and pop pizza shop that has 5 employees, it's going to take a while to get that application approved.
Yeah, well, I mean, we should make it easy and, limit it to any business with fewer than 100 employees or something like that. And not only that, but not only just the amount of employees, because there's fucking hedge funds out there that have less than 100 employees. So your profits too. If you can't be too profitable. If you're too profitable, then you could afford to pay this shit. So go fuck yourself. If you got to prove that you're not that profitable, you're making a profit, but you're not making billions a year or whatever. I want to help out the little people and definitely have that in legislation. At least that I'll fight for it. I know I don't have a magic wand and I can't just, make things appear, but I'll fight for the shit, and I'll pressure, and I'll, get people protesting. I'm very happy with the protesters. The truckers did accomplish, I think, their goals, even though they've been getting smeared lately as violent, even though I never seen any violence. I know shit's inconvenient, maybe even annoying, but violent? No. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Here's a thing I think would be really good for that country, and easy fucking change that a lot of people seen at the time when it happened, when COVID started, and these paycheck protection programs were put into place overnight in the country, where Delta Airlines and big banks and Walmart and the big corporations got this fucking money passed down to their employees that couldn't work because the store shut down because of COVID. You're sick because of COVID, the restrictions, so on and so forth. But these people weren't getting the fucking money. You paid it. It was a fucking trickle down economic deal. What we did up here is we set it up that you call in, you put in your application, and weekly you call in and you can get through, and you can get your fucking application approved in a couple of weeks or a week. or even faster depending on your circumstance, but the money came from the government, went right to the people. We didn't give it to the corporations for them to pass it down. You couldn't go to work and you could say and prove that your municipality is closed because of this COVID restriction, my job shut down, I'm sick, my wife's sick, my kid's sick, whatever the fuck your circumstance is. You got the money directly and you were able to keep your fucking lights on and you were able to go to the grocery store still and you had fucking money and it went back into the goddamn economy. What these rich motherfuckers did in the States is keep this goddamn money and fucking invest it in their fucking stocks or put this money overseas or hide away this fucking money, and nobody got it. Nobody fucking got it.
I mean, you mean in Canada, you guys didn't have some unnecessary middleman taking a, unnecessarily big slice of
That's exactly the way to put it. It's exactly the fucking way to put it. There is nobody here to do that. It came directly from the fucking government. I mean, you guys...
Like when I criticize Obama, and Jimmy Dore definitely has a point, whether he's right or wrong about other things. When he talks about Obama and the 2008 financial collapse and that he bailed out all these banks, but not the owners of the homes themselves.
Yes.
Like, it's like, what the fuck were you thinking, dude? And then 5 million people lost their house in America.
But five banks got all the money to keep them afloat and keep their customers' accounts liquid.
This trickle-down bullshit is going to be like the exact opposite. I'm going to do a bottom-up approach.
But we've been doing this for 40 years, since fucking Reagan with trickle-down. It didn't work then. It hasn't worked the last 40 fucking years, and it's not going to work for the next 40 years. They're going to peddle this propaganda.
Have you seen the Laffer Curve, man? The Laffer Curve, dude. That bullshit that they always reference. It's like, look, you tax too much, you're not going to be making as much. But if you lower taxes, and if you just help out the elites, it all trickles down, man. It all trickles down to everybody. And it's like, we've been living this shit, and the only thing trickling on us is like some urine from the fucking elites because they keep on taking pisses on us, like. And everybody's grateful, like, yes, shower me with urine, yes, this fucking 1,400 in a 12-month period is so fucking helpful. Oh my God, other countries are helping. Like, how much assistance did you get? And are you guys still getting assistance?
There's still programs out there. I wasn't able to apply for it with my disability, but the people, I'm pretty sure either the program's still there because we still have lots of shit tons of restrictions. But it wasn't what you were seeing in the States, that people are calling into hotlines for unemployment and would do it for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week and trying to fucking get through. And you guys got these stupid lump sum checks. That, like you said, it's $100 a month. After a year is all it worked out to. What the fuck is that going to pay your interest charge for 1 month of everything you've racked up in debt?
Yeah, well, I mean, you could probably buy some toilet paper with it, and maybe some paper towels. And then, my bills are kind of small, so interest, doesn't really exceed $100 a month. But it was still like I think you guys, like, at the beginning of the pandemic, I don't know how long it was for, but you guys were getting like about close to $1,500 a month in aid. Am I mistaken there?
Yeah, I think the maximum is like 15, 18 to $2,000 a month, which sucks if you're pulling in, $500,000 a year as a doctor, but the average family, that's basically what their monthly check would be. So it was very on par, which is more than you would get for unemployment.
Well, how long were you getting that shit for? Like,
I'm pretty sure it's still going on. Like, a lot of shit's reopened, but it hasn't completely reopened. So the program still exists. There's still money out there. It's always being renewed, and the pot's being renewed, and the people working are paying into this system because our taxes are so fucking high up here. But we're not in the massive fucking debt. This probably like 8-10 years ago, before we had Trudeau, and under Stephen Harper, or it might have even been longer than this because I laughed really good at it because I was new up here. But Canada's national debt was like $5 billion. It's like, holy fuck, it's only $5 billion. It's like $7 trillion at the time in the States. And we're 10% of the fucking state's population, but fuck, we pay our bills. The shit's paid for. Most of these fucking programs are paid for in the taxes, and it sucks that we're paying so fucking high in tax, but it's also nice to have that fucking safety net.
why aren't you getting any? Like they just like, well, you're disabled. Did they increase your disability
Oh
or
yeah,
anything?
yeah, yeah.
Like,
Shit goes up during that. It's just, different programs for different circumstances. I guess I'm not able to work, so I couldn't apply for grants or fund a program that would like an unemployment because I'm not working.
well, did they hook you up at least at
Oh
all? Like
yeah,
I would.
yeah. I wasn't hurting her. It was taken care of. I still get
Well, we got
what I
hooked up
get.
like for with a total of $3,200, and now there's some shit out there like if you came inside of somebody or let somebody come inside of you, you could get another fucking 1,400,
Yeah,
but only if the result of that is no older than 19 years old.
yeah. Nothing but
Um,
red tape then.
yeah, yeah. How? So we got 3,200. How much about if you don't mind sharing,
No,
did you get helped out with?
I don't think I really got too much extra to tell you the truth, but nothing had changed for me being on disability. Nothing's changed. I can't work, and I'm not going to be able to work. So I didn't receive any programs. I wish I had more numbers on it. It's something I probably should look into. Um, I've just heard anecdotal stories of family and friends and neighbors and shit like that, but nobody was hurting. I can say that confidently. Everyone I
Well,
know
yeah, you guys
got
have
something.
you guys have healthcare, and you guys take care of yourselves. I'm sure you guys have like a program out there to help Canadian citizens that are poor get food.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's lots of food banks and shit like that. Which I don't know if it's like that in the States. I don't know much about that up here, and I don't know much about that down there. You'd see on the news and shit during the height of the pandemic, fucking major cities, lines wrapped around fucking blocks and blocks of people trying to get food from food banks.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, that's
but it,
Colorado's been maxing everybody out of on their food stamps for a while now.
yeah, I'm pretty sure
Given
we
like
don't do that up here. I think it's like more of a food bank system. We don't have like food stamps where you get money from the government to go buy certain things from a private retailer. It's more upon like donations and funding that program gets to help you out.
well,
Um,
hopefully those banks have more than just macaroni and cheese. Over in Canada there. I would presume so.
sure,
Um, but do you have like if you were able to work,
right.
did you have that number? Like how much Canada would have helped you out with? Did you ever figure that out? By
I
sure.
think standard unemployment 65% of your income, but it's also maxed out at like 500 a week or something. It's always goes up every year. Um, so it would depend upon your wages. When I used to work, I had my career in sailing, um, and then would get laid off for a season because I would sail up in the north a lot. So that's all iced over and closed during the winter. I would receive enough to keep up with bills and shit, but nowhere near what I was pulling in, being able to sail. So you're not going to receive your full paycheck, but I want to say 1,800 was about the cap during the pandemic of the maximum you could receive, just based upon your income. And so they're going on that if you're making $2,000 a month as a single person, your apartment, your lights and everything, you're going to live within your means versus what your means would be as a family. So they're going to just, too bad, too sad. If you extended your means, we're going to try and help you out as best as we can to keep your lifestyle
Yeah.
going. But we weren't relying upon like the employer to do it. It's the big difference up here. We didn't have to rely on Walmart to lay us off and keep paying us while we're laid off. If that happened, you just applied for the programs.
I'm on disability too. They say that I'm crazy for wanting to run for president of the United States, and although I disagreed with the diagnosis, I am forced with it for now, and I'm getting a whopping 850 a month.
That's not bad. That's about what I get on
Oh, okay.
disability up here, and then I get a bit more here and there kind of thing. And so I just had to learn to live within that budget. It sucks. I could.
Well, I'm sure it's cheaper to live over there than probably over here, but I could be
Yeah, well, it
mistaken.
depends where you are, like in what city, or if you're out rural and shit. But fuck, when I used to sail, I could easily make in 2 days what I make a month now. At one point, I was almost making that daily, depending on what kind of ship I was on. And what my license would allow me, level of engineer to sail as. So it's certainly been a huge reduction.
You have any fun stories with your time on ships and everything? I've only been on a ship once in my life, I think.
Oh, okay. I'm not great at storytelling on that shit. I certainly have seen a lot of shit. It's fun to travel with that, especially when I worked up north, because it would take like a full 30 hours of flying to get to these fucking remote villages way up in the Northwest Territories and shit to join a ship or get off a ship up there. They try to keep
in the Atlantic or the Arctic, or
yeah, the Arctic Sea, all the way up like Northwest Territories, like way up into the Arctic. We'd worked for some companies that would get a contract through ExxonMobil for gas exploration out there. So ExxonMobil would hire some fucking cheap ass Chinese fucking outfit to come out and tow a fucking sonar array. Like this sonar array was fucking 15 kilometers long behind this ship, so they couldn't stop. They just had to keep towing this shit to do underwater scanning. So the ships I were on would pull up alongside and refuel them and bring over supplies and shit for them all the way up in the north. The shittiest part to that is it's so hard to access it up there that they like to keep you on for like the entire fucking summer. You would start early May getting the ship ready as the ice melted. The sea ice melted and opened up, and then you'd be on that ship till late September, October, and winterize it, close it up, and get your ass back home. So that was the shit part. It was long, but it paid nice.
Yeah. Did they did they pay you enough to last through the whole year, or did they pay you like every month, even the months that you weren't working?
It depends, and depends on if you're unionized up there and who you worked for. A lot of companies would just you would only get paid when you worked. Some of the union contracts would you would get less when you worked, but you would still receive a weekly or monthly, bi-weekly paycheck when you weren't working. But it always worked out. It's about the same. You either made it up front or you made it throughout the year. You'd have to budget yourself accordingly. But I always made more than I could fucking ever possibly spend during that year, and was able to save a lot. Just because I live very fucking frugal and don't have flashy cars and shit. I just don't see the need, right?
Yeah. Man, I never made more than like 10 grand a year. I suck at making money, and I really do suck at like advocating for myself. It almost seems like, like advocating for other people is easier for me than to like do it for myself.
Yeah.
It's like, how dare you pay my friend, like close to minimum wage? They're worth more. And then I fucking get like a similar job, and I'm like, all right, I'll take minimum wage, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Whatever the fuck.
Yeah, more. It really does boil down to more money, more problems. I just never see the need to have big flashy shit, and lived within my means, and I don't need new electronics and new gadgets and gizmos constantly to stay fucking entertained. But I know what you mean. It's almost easier to advocate for someone else. On the whole, on the big picture of how the system works, because we want change. We don't want to see this for everybody. We don't want people to live. I don't want to say how like we live, but we know what it's like being in this shit position, being the working fucking poor.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried taking myself out a few times. Like college was too stressful for me. It wasn't just like it wasn't the classes or anything. It was like the student loans, and that was like the major turnoff for me. It's like so I'm taking out a massive loan that I'm going to be forced to pay back, and a lot of people are lied to and tricked. They're like, look, if you just play by the rules, you get this loan, listen to this fucking school. They got a high job placement rate and all this shit that they play around with, and then they play by the rules, take out a big loan, and then they're still paying that shit off like 30-40 years later, and it's like
you're stuck with a useless degree you can't use. You're still working at Walmart. You're working for Amazon.
Yeah.
I got a liberal arts degree. Aren't I fucking special? What the hell am I going to do with this shit now? Other than the $200,000 in debt that comes with it. That can't be forgiven. That can't be written off my entire life and I pay it.
Trump declared bankruptcy multiple times, and there's all like his fans and everything. They just brush that off. They're like, well, he's a smart businessman for not paying his shit back. And that's, I guess, one thing that I would agree with Jank on and at TYT is because he did make that point, and it is a legitimate point. And then you contrast that with the fucking students that have taken loans out and they're playing by the rules, and they're like, and then the rules are like, you cannot ever discharge that. But Trump could discharge millions of dollars in under his bankruptcy, and it's like, how is that even fair?
Yeah.
Like, how is that fucking fair? Like,
he's just playing within the system, and the system's fucked. And he's rich enough to be able to play in that system with a pot of lawyers that can navigate those waters. But you're stuck with the fucking student loan that, if I'm not wrong on this, and please correct me if I am, that shit can't be forgiven during a bankruptcy. You're still saddled with that debt. You can't lose that.
Yeah, you can't. And I think like Obama and maybe Biden like did some like and Trump's administration was like ordered by the courts, like they ordered Betsy DeVos to like forgive student loans, especially the only ones that were forgiven in America, sorta. It's like forgiven-ish. It's like some people got their shit forgiven, and a lot of people with legitimate cases to be forgiven didn't get their shit forgiven. Just because of corruption. Betsy DeVos is like, I'm a fucking elitist, I'm rich, I'm out of touch, and I don't give a fuck. And I'm not going to listen to the courts. The same thing happened to Kamala. Kamala was like ordered by a court to like release like all these fucking prisoners in California when she was a DA. And then she's like, oh, just ignore that, whatever the fuck. We need prisoners, come on. We need people, we need this cheap labor. It's just so ass backwards, and it's very frustrating. If anything, I want to do a strategy like the Phoenix strategy, and I want to burn these fucking systems to the ground. No violence, just metaphorically.
Yeah, no, it needs to be started
to the ground and
over.
Arise stronger. Whatever. Sure. So kind of like a phoenix. And I don't know how much of an impact I personally would have, but I know I look at the options in America and I'm like, oh my God, I could do a much better job. Pick me.
Right. Yep. No, I got you completely on that. And immigration's the same. You touched on a good point of that's never going to fucking change down there, that they're kicking out people that are illegally in the country, but they need these people. Like they're working a legit portion of the economy that no one else is going to fucking do, because it's shit fucking jobs, it's shit labor that doesn't pay for fucking shit.
And the strategy is to punch down. So they all like, okay, and I'm not saying the immigrants are ants or anything, but just like hear me out on this analogy. You have a pile of sugary mess, whether it's pure sugar or candy, on the floor in your apartment. And a bunch of ants are coming into your place, it's attracting the ants and everything. Are you going to individually whack every single ant, or are you just going to clean up the pile of sugar or the sugary mess? And that's kind of what we're doing in America with our immigration. We're not going after the employers or punishing the employers that benefit off of hiring these illegals. We're going after the illegals individually. And it's like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. And it's like, well, if you just clean up the mess, and properly charge them or allow the immigrants to get documented, because I do have stories from that. And like, I could have married this chick like a couple decades ago, and she was from Serbia, and she was on like a work visa, and whether it was true or not, and it probably was, I have no reason to doubt it. She was getting abused, by her employers that she was working for, this family or something. And they like threatened her like with deportation, if she didn't comply. Jesus. And this was a long time ago, so I'm really spacing out on all the details. Like I barely remember it. But she for a solution for her, she was looking for someone to marry for a few years to kind of just become a U.S. citizen, like the easy path. And I should have probably done it. That was a mistake of mine. I tried going to the immigration office actually in Chicago. They even treated me like crap, like at the fucking like entrance. And I'm like, an American citizen, could speak English. It's just like, it was really demoralizing and dehumanizing the way that the treatment that I got when I first like got in there. Just the tone that they use, how they tell, like, remove your clothing, and I mean, it wasn't like all your clothing, it was like your jacket, and it was
Like
just
airport security.
yeah, it was some security shit, that was kind of like, dehumanizing and whatnot. And then I'm like, I went to go talk to somebody, and I'm like, yeah, well, here's the situation. And I didn't name any names or try to get anybody in trouble. And I just like, is there any option for this woman? She, got fired. She's here on a work visa, and she needs to go back now. But is there any sort of option here? And all they wanted to know was who she was, which I didn't tell them.
Yeah.
But I tried going to, get some help, and to my surprise, there's like, there was nothing that could have been done except her suggestion, I guess. I was too fucked up and damaged back then to really, I would not have made a good partner per se. I guess it would have been more of maybe a weird agreement. I don't know. I was too fucked up for it, so it's a good thing that I guess it didn't happen. But it would have been an interesting 3 years or so. I would have probably had some better memories. I think it would have been more good than bad, is all.
If she got sent back then? Did they deport her?
No. She found someone to marry.
Oh, lucky. Okay, that's good. That's a very scary thing. Once your visa expires and you have to illegally be there. But even if you're not there illegally, but you've been there for 10, 15 years working on visas and you're not a citizen, the fact that you can be deported back to a country that might not even exist anymore. But what the fuck are you going back to? Is your family still there? Is your house still there? Are you going to be able to, fuck, I lost my job, I'm getting deported, it's 15 years later, but I can go to Serbia, like you had mentioned, and crash on my parents' couch? What the fuck kind of safety net is there other than you get off that fucking plane and now what do you do?
Yeah. And then now you're homeless in another country that you're not that familiar with anymore because you just spent the past decade out here.
Life has moved on. Nothing's there for you. What the fuck are you supposed to do? That's pretty hard to pick yourself up from the very bottom and start over.
Yeah.
But not to mention the breaking up of families, because like you said, they're not going after the corporations that are hiring these people. They're deporting the people that are working. They're taking the moms and dads away from children they've now had in this country and are citizens of this country and breaking that up and shipping them back home. What the fuck are they supposed to do? That's got to be traumatic as fuck as a child, as a family, every member of that. Instead of having some basic fucking immigration law that says, hey, you're working up here, you haven't done shit and illegal, you haven't accrued a shit ton of parking tickets or committed manslaughter with your car, let's go ahead and tax the shit out of you and allow you to work here in this country. No, we're going to ship you back. We're going to get rid of you. But we need you. So maybe try and come back in again.
But now that harvest is over, now you could go fuck yourself, and it's really our number one export, I personally believe, in America is, trauma, abuse, and misery. Like we make kids fear clear skies in, places like Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Libya, etc., etc. Because that's when the drones fly, and they're usually, active it's the U.S. military actually doing it, or they're drones supplied by our military to give to another military to, make kids fear fucking clear skies and shit, and we have that. Well, they're not American citizens, so who gives a fuck?
And it's halfway across the world.
Yeah, they're halfway across the world.
It's easy to not think about. Absolutely, but we're manufacturing that bomb that's flying on a fucking remote-controlled airplane. That's going to destroy a family. That's going to leave lasting fucking scars mentally.
Well, there might have been a bad person, and we're definitely going to smear the shit out of them. Like, we're not going to give you many details. All the shit is classified and sensitive information, so... You know, they pull that bullshit, and I sort of experienced that shit when the local sex club, the Voodoo Leatherworks, because the dude said in court that he did military intel for 20 years and that he's never seen a threat like me before, which my mind immediately went to, like, you've never seen a threat like me before? Like, are you just saying that you're shitty at your job? You know, that
Yeah.
your military job? Like, oh my God, yeah, I guess I'm a threat in the sense that I definitely will go after the elite's money, the little gravy train. I'll definitely fucking, you know, like, I'll hit them where it hurts. I know which buttons to press and go fucking with their money. You fucking get their attention, all right, and you'll get shit done. And that's a tactic that I want to do. But I don't think that's like a legit case of a like a threat or an actionable threat. It's just like, look, bitches, your fucking gravy train is going to be over. You know, I'm at least going to try to attack as many gravy trains as I possibly can. You know, and I'll make the argument to the corrupt, you know, that may want to take me out, that maybe had a hand in some of the trauma that I went through in my past, like getting sent to jail for shit I never did. But it's like you got enough money, you could survive, you know, for a long time on the, you know, gravy train you've been siphoning off of for years. All right. So go fuck yourself. Go take your money and fuck off. And try not to be, you know, like, you know, try to be out of sight, out of mind. Because, you know, if you're just going to be openly corrupt, I'll go after that shit. But, you know, so your better chances are to just kind of be quiet about it and, you know, move on with your life instead of, you know, bringing attention upon yourself, which would definitely bring the federal government down on you. I hope this is something that some people in the federal government would want to do, is actually go after corruption, actually hold people accountable, apply laws equally amongst the population, not just, oh, well, I mean, laws for these, but not for me, you know, type shit. That I really hate. And other people hate it too. That's why, like, Trump had a lot of these similar messages, like, you know, draining the swamp, going after the elites. But the thing about Trump is he was never serious about any of it. He was just, you know,
Smoke and
saying what the
mirrors.
people wanted to hear and actually not doing it. And then being the Teflon Don, just, you know, always denying, you know, even if it's, no, we have you video of you doing this or saying this. It's like, nope, never happened, you know, and he just moves on. And then there's a lot of media out there that would totally simp for him, you know, and push his shit. Be like, oh yeah, Trump is totally justified in grabbing women by the genitalia without permission. You know, we'll fucking make a shirt out of it. How about that? You know, Trump, you could grab my pussy. Yeah, see, fucking $30, you could get yourself a nice T-shirt like this, guys. And then they just totally shift, you know, what should be outrage. I think it's a form of propaganda or conditioning.
Yeah, they control the narrative. They control the information that's out there.
Speaking of controlling the narrative, like, there's a bunch of motherfuckers, you know, the things that I was checking out before you called me. There was all this manufactured outrage over shoplifters right now in America.
Okay.
You know,
I gotta get up for just a second, so feel free to keep talking. I'll be back in just 1 second. I still have my microphone on though. Sorry to interrupt you.
You're all right. Yeah, so there's all this manufactured outrage, you know, over people, you know, over petty crimes, and it's like, of course, I guess we love to punch down in America, and this is more of that, and this major corporation is losing $500 or $1,000 a day due to all these evil people that are so desperate they're stealing toothpaste and all this other stuff, and it's like, well, yeah, because, you know, the quality of life is shitty. People are not getting paid enough, and a lot of people are driven to crime. Where if we had just a better quality of life and people were getting paid a fairer wage, there would just naturally be less crime. Like, I'm a total advocate for less police. And how do we get to less police? Less crime. And how do we get to less crime? We fucking, you know, raise the quality of life for everybody instead of just hoarding all these fucking resources to these very few elites and then, you know, fucking most people over. Now, some people at the bottom do make it to the top, but that those stories are far and few between. And then they like to focus on those stories. They're like, well, this person came from nothing, and now they have all this shit. They got millions of dollars, and it's like, yeah, but that's like
There's
not everybody wants to live like
329
that.
million other people that aren't like that.
Yeah,
Are
well,
fucking
I mean,
suffering.
Susie won the lottery. That could be you. You
Yeah.
should buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
Never mind the millions of losers in every
Yeah,
state.
you got a better chance getting hit by lightning than winning the fucking lottery. It's just not going to fucking happen. But hey, keep paying because it's making money for the fucking government or somebody's
Well,
making money off this shit. So play
speaking
it.
of the lottery, that shit is taxed so hard, and the elites allow that because they're like, oh, a poor person is going to now fucking be living in my gated neighborhood. They should definitely be taxed harder than we are taxed.
Hmm.
See, I was born into this shit. Like fucking that person wasn't born into this shit, and it's this. It really is. And another thing we need to focus on, or I need to focus on, is just there is a class war, and it's been going on for like decades now, and people just need to become aware of it. And that's kind of how I go about my day. I always thank the fucking people at the Dollar Tree. I go up to the Dollar Tree, and I'm like, man, if it was within my power to give you guys like a living wage, because you guys are so essential. Like I need to get my toilet paper and soap, and this is where I get it. And you guys are essential. Now I know some politicians a couple years ago were talking about essential workers, but I still recognize that, and I still, think you guys are deserving of more. It's just I have no power to do anything about it, except say that I really appreciate you, and I do that. I have this weird, awkward chit chat with my store clerks very often, but that's what I do, and it's who I am, and I just yeah, I really feel for them because yeah, they were valued in the beginning just like political pawns though, and then they're like, yeah, these guys deserve more pay, and then there was nothing from the Democrats about that, no fighting over it. I don't even care if you guys lose. That's the thing. Like,
Bring it up
I'm
and
I'm going to
try to
lose,
fucking do something.
but to have the fight, because if you never have the fight, then your chances are always going to be 0%.
That seems to be why, aside from voting for Biden because he's not Trump, of why people just won't vote for Biden. What the fuck is he run on? Or any kind of fucking legislation to help anybody. I don't expect an FDR out of him, but I expect a little bit of something besides I'm not Trump, and things are kind of back to normal and quiet like government should run. That's all he brought to the table is I'm going to run the government like it should have been run, like it has been run before, and it's going to be boring again.
Yeah, just the status quo. It's just the status quo. He's toeing the line. Doing nothing is beneficial, and then maybe, I mean, right now, I think it's President Manchin, not President Biden. I mean, I guess technically it's President Biden, but the
Yeah, I know
dude
what you
pulling the
mean.
strings right now is
He's
that
controlling all the legislation getting passed or not, which is a fucking sin that one fucking man can do this. Control the country. He wasn't voted for federally. Great for Virginia. Maybe he'd represent you, but not for fucking.
I was making really good points in the FetLife. They had this political world arena group that I was a part of before they canned my account. And I was like, I was like having arguments in there, but I was like bringing up really good points. It's like yeah, instead of being ruled by the majority, we should be ruled by the minority of people. Like because with the filibuster, I think I was arguing about that with someone. And of course, the standard, like people just like name call me and everything, or take a dump in their hand essentially and throw it, and it's like, no, I just brought up a good point, bitch. What you got to say about this? You got anything to say about this, or are you just gonna talk about my appearance or some shit? Like, this is my noise noise during the air here song.
I had to grab another USB cord. I can't get my fucking e-cigarette to stay charged.
Oh, you did battery issues maybe?
Yeah, the battery's toast on it, so if it's not plugged in, it's not going to run. And just been doing that for a couple of weeks now, and I think because I go everywhere with it plugged into something, it's started to fuck up the USB jack on it.
Oh.
But I've had this the battery thing for it for like 7 years now, so I can't even find it anywhere. It's actually even hard to find lithium batteries for sale anymore up here on eBay. I don't know what happened with that. eBay, you can't buy any equipment on eBay for the vaping. I can't buy the little heaters or the fucking battery packs for them anymore, so looks like I'm gonna have to upgrade the whole thing to a new system. There's a whole different cigarette looking thing everyone's using. And,
well, you might be able to like you got old laptops, some old equipment or something.
Yeah, definitely.
You got a little meter to test voltages and shit.
Yeah, I actually have a battery pack from a laptop. I got a junkyard a few years back, and that's why I have it, just to harvest the batteries out of it. It's a great idea. You completely remind me about that.
Because soldering, and check out some tutorial videos on YouTube to like, to check some of those batteries might still be good, and then replace those good batteries in your vape.
Yeah.
It'll take a little work, but you might be able to do that. Depending on how much stuff you got lying around.
No, that's a fucking brilliant idea. Thanks for bringing that up. I think that's what I replaced this battery about a year ago, and I think that's where I fucked it up. Was trying to solder onto the battery, heated the battery up so much, and shortened its lifespan. It didn't have little tabs. It looked like basically one of those 18650 long batteries, but it looked like a AA, like with a nipple on it and a flat bottom. So it wasn't meant to be soldered onto. But I might just break down and invest the money into upgrading the whole kit and caboodle and going with whatever new shit they have. Yeah, it's like, just give me fucking nicotine and do it quickly, please. Actually broke down and got a pack of cigarettes.
I struggle so much with my cigarette smoking. I tried quitting smoking like 4 or 5 times last year, and I'm hopelessly addicted, and it's the only way I could relate to my friends that are like addicted to meth and everything is like my cigarettes.
Yeah, I broke down, got a pack a few days back. Oh my god, was it ever fucking nice to have a cigarette again. Compared to the vape, it's like nicotine, get into me. That's so.
Well, the vape is easy to oversaturate your body with too much nicotine, and then you're used to that overdose.
I think that's what I did.
And then your tolerance is like super high, and then it's like never satisfying after a while. And
it's easy to do because you can puff on the thing endlessly, and I don't realize how much fucking nicotine's into me. But now I'm just constantly puffing on the fucking thing because it's feeding the addiction.
It sounds like me with my weed vape, like I'm like I give my friends and everything, like they'll have like 1 or 2 hits or whatever, right? But then I'm like having like 5 or 6, and they're like, how could you handle that? And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not even stoned yet. What are you?
Yeah, you got a high tolerance then.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I really do, and I really probably should consider at least quitting smoking for a little while, to just only for the reason to just let my tolerance lower a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's gonna be a hell of a couple of fucking weeks or a month of not smoking, though. Ugh, that is the worst thing to go through.
Like, well, I mean, jail was like the only thing that like kept me, like, and oddly, I got sent to jail like after being attacked, right? Because how dare I self-defend myself? How dare? I entered the jail with a pack of cigarettes, and they vacuum sealed all my shit, and the pack, and whether it was still good or not, it was still satisfying, and it still smelled like a cigarette.
Oh yeah, it must have been amazing to have that after not having it for a while. You'd fucking smoke like the worst butt you could find off the side of the road at that point.
Yeah. Well, I never, like, I do pick up cigarette butts, and I reconstruct them though. I don't do that Rev and Shanny shit where like Rev is like, oh, look at this cigarette butt, it's a little short, I could smoke it. It's like, no, I fucking break it all down, and I put it in this little roller, and I actually save all my filters from like I've been buying a few packs lately, but I'm not going to be able to afford packs throughout this entire month.
Right.
So I have the filters saved, and so when I reconstruct, whether it's my own cigarette that I'm reconstructing or someone else's, I'm just using the tobacco really, and I'm using my own filters, and then get papers. And I don't like the tube machine just because it's too bulky. And I kind of I grew up kind of like rolling my own cigarettes. I used to buy the hand rolly tobacco. Top and Bugler were the common ones, but
Top's
the drum
good,
was really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we talked about that before on the last stream there. Because I forget now that you mentioned top and drum. I forget if it was drum or top that I used to smoke, but it's good tobacco.
Top and Bugler, not drum. But
okay.
I eventually stepped
drum.
it up to drum.
Okay.
Top was like the worst. Like it was like fucking the worst of the worst. And then
it's really dry.
Bugler was a little bit nicer. And then drum was like it was a lot finer and more moist than the Bugler and the top. But I was able to scam the top for a little bit.
Oh. Explain.
Okay. Well, like in the rolling papers that they provide in the top container, right? There was a 25-cent off coupon, and then for the pouches, and then there was $1 off coupon for the big container. And if you cut the coupon in a certain way, you could make it look like the dollar barcode.
Yeah.
The dollar savings was for the 25-cent barcode, and the clerk would always get confused, but they would always do it for me just because I was really poor. Or I made it look like it was a save $1 off the pouches. Okay, that's what I did. And so I would buy a pouch for like $2, but then they would have this coupon, and it would really register the 25 cents off, but it would say that it was $1. Now, if you looked on the other side of this little coupon, you may not pick up on it, but I had to clip it a certain way. I had to like clip it like a third of the way down or something like that. It wasn't even, because there was, anyway. So I would pretty much scam an extra 75 cents.
Oh, that's awesome.
A savings,
That's amazing how cheap it is to start with, though. Holy fuck. 100 grams tobacco appears. Last time I bought 100 grams, like $125, and that was 5, 6, 7 years ago. So it's probably like damn near $150 for 100 grams of loose tobacco nowadays.
Like cigarette rolling tobacco, or is this pipe tobacco?
No, it's cigarette rolling tobacco. So I would just buy a box of tubes. Comes in 200 tubes, for only like $2.50. They're still really cheap. Then you'd have your little roller and your loose tobacco that was dry, and just shove it in the roller and shove it up the tube. And the tubes had the little filters on the end, so it looked like a fucking cigarette. 99% of the time it didn't fucking work, so you have like this little limp dip fucking cigarette or something, or it looked fucking pregnant.
You're
much
packing
cheaper.
it too much or not packing it enough.
You need
to find that sweet spot.
If the tobacco is too dry, or it's a humid fucking day. If it was humid out, forget it. You weren't rolling the goddamn thing, because it would always jam up on you. Tobacco would be so fucking moist. Yeah,
you see, this is why I don't like the tube. Like, I don't like the tube because there's so many problems associated with the tube, and it's like I have the rolling machine that you can fit everything in your pockets.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of sounds like what they're doing with the vape now. Is that you mentioned that pocket? Everything's got miniaturized, so your tank's a lot smaller. Like, I love the tank I have for this system because it holds like a fucking couple of days worth of liquid. Versus the new ones are these little fucking tiny piece of shits that, you're not gonna get much use out of. They've miniaturized everything, make it sexier and sleeker and colored and oh shit, you're trying to point something. I was looking down. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Now, actually, I need to replace this one because it's getting a little too tight, and you could kind of tell because the gap, like this thing slides back and forth a lot, and the tightness, like I put the filter in there, and then I put the filter in here, and then I put some tobacco, and then I get some like rolling papers and just roll it. But the filter is like really kind of like thicker than the tobacco, and sometimes like the filter gets smushed down, but then it pops up after I'm done rolling it, and it will rip. it'll rip right down there where the tobacco meets the filter.
Yeah.
And then I need to get like another little piece of paper. I just kind of like rip off a tiny bit, and patch it up, But yeah, I do need to make it to the store. It's really a low priority right now, but maybe next week it won't be because I'll be rolling a lot more. But yeah, I have my filters all set up too. Like I've been just I kind of throw them behind my keyboard right now. I just got this huge pile of filters like underneath my monitor.
Awesome.
And then I've been saving. Now these particular ones. This has a little bit of tobacco in it, but the ones I just showed you, this one like doesn't have any tobacco in it. It may look like it, but I'll just demonstrate. So it's just like the filter, really.
Yeah.
And then this one, I'll get like 4 or 5 of these together, and put them in here and re-roll it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I see a good cigarette butt somewhere, I know there's germs and everything. This is why I carry around and I just got this one today. I had a bigger bottle, but it's just rubbing alcohol. It's 91% rubbing alcohol.
Yeah,
so,
that does wonders.
Like I touch something dirty and I go spray my hands afterwards.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'm nuts with that shit when I go out. I'm already a fucking germaphobe and don't leave the house
germ
enough.
exchange
But
very personal, man.
yeah, man, I don't want to fucking catch other people's fucking nasty shit they have. Blech.
I mean, dude, if there was like some chick or some lover of mine, like I'm all for sharing germs with them, but like I feel uncomfortable when somebody is like, here, they take a sip and then they hand it to you and they're like, here, take some, and I'm like,
no, thank you.
No. Are we having sex? No, thanks then.
It's kind of amazing that what brain takes over when or what head takes over when you're having sex, because if you stop to think about it, it's like, oh god, what did I do? Ugh, last night was let's
nasty.
try and bury
like
that
shit.
fucking
I like
thing.
that nasty stuff, man. I fucking I get down and dirty. Now, a hard limit of mine, which I could never make a hard limit on FetLife. It was just the weirdest thing. You couldn't make scat a fucking hard limit. It's like, why not? Have that listed as a fetish, and a lot of fucking people have that as a hard limit. So maybe it was an oversight or something like that. I don't know.
Everybody has their kink, and I'm definitely not one to kink shame. It doesn't mean I'll do it. I'll try most things once, but hey, if that's what you're into, by all fucking means.
I'll try most things twice, just because I gotta be sure.
Yeah. Yeah, just what you do in your own home should really be between you, and keep the fucking politics out of it.
I guess you could be open about it. Like there shouldn't be. If someone's like, look, I like dressing up like a wolf. Yeah. And getting fucked in the ass or whatever the fuck, it is.
Doesn't mean I'm gonna do it, but I think actually I find furries cool as fuck. I don't understand the psychology behind it. There's a lot there. But it's pretty fucking interesting. I guess you're just like a real life avatar of your role playing. It's interesting.
I mean, I don't even know what I'm into. I'm not that well practiced. Being a weird loner, I don't get much opportunity. Going through all this trauma and abuse, even before the president thing, because immediately, I swear, within just a few weeks of me, hey, I want to run for president of the United States. Just within a very short time span, I got sent to jail for shit I never did and made homeless, and that started this 9-year slow motion train wreck trauma, and it was insane. It was but I was abused before then too, and I'm just mentally fucked up, and I forget the point that I was trying to make, how I started this all, to being the weird stoner. Or ADHD, or just human. I don't know specifically which one it is. But I am gearing up to protest again at this one place. I don't want to announce when I am. Okay. Just because I know they check me out online. Yeah. Did I show you that dude, that stack of papers that dude brought to court and everything? It was
I'm just gonna get up for a second. I'm gonna go for a smoke, so I gotta switch microphones. But I should be able to talk to you still. Is that anything? I totally get that you don't want to share place and time that you're gonna do stuff, so we won't touch upon that.
I mean,
but
normally I would be open about it, but I don't want them to. I want to just kind of surprise them. Is all, Just
Yeah.
I'll start protesting again when I feel damn ready well to, and I just going to do a little sneaky protest. But once I show up there, then the cat's out of the bag, so it's not that sneaky. It's just like, oh, this asshole is out here. Fuck. And I got some signs. I'm trying to learn or trying to decide how to word the signs. As I want to try to explain my story within a few signs. Just kind of like a little summary. And I'm not the best with words. I could be very, very overwordy. And I think that's a result of people lying often about me, to screw me. Like it's one or more people lying to fuck me. Um, and so I become overly wordy and I become more open. I notice I actually am a very private person. And the idea of having the intention of, if I do win the presidency is kind of like, it's bothersome to me, but that's the sacrifice, that I, make, and besides, I don't need to be like on TV. Like I could be so efficient just going around hanging out with normal Americans and listening to their problems and give somebody else the spotlight for the day, um, as president. I'm sure David Hogg wouldn't mind. He's just a popular activist, chit-chatting at the White House and getting some attention. But maybe there's some, other people, maybe even special needs people that have something that they want to say, and I would definitely be willing to give them the microphone while I'm out chilling with normal citizens or, busting some ass, busting some corrupt, people. These are just things that I fantasize about.
Yeah, I think
Having a
I've seen that on.
polyamorous first lady is, because I'm weird like that. And as you were saying, to each their own. But yeah, I wouldn't mind sharing the first lady with some, deserving people as long as everybody is, consenting to it. I'm a polyamorous person, so I probably wouldn't have a problem with it. The only time I could think that I would have a problem with sharing my main lover with someone else is if they're being with somebody that did me wrong or abused me. Like this owner of the sex club that, has been abusing me. So if my woman wanted to spend time with someone that has abused me, I would have a problem with that. That would be one of the rules that, you need to abide by. But other than that, I'm a pretty open person. I'm into sharing, even though it's to an extreme degree. But that's the lifestyle I live. That's
Yeah.
that's freedom. We all talk in America like freedom, 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 but like, what does that actually mean? And I'm just being free and wanting to live my life. And if I want to share my lover with someone else, that's my business. That's not yours unless you want to get in on it. Then I guess it becomes your business. But
Oh,
and
absolutely.
I know the
That's
press
definitely
would.
between you and that person. It's something that the lifestyle you guys are choosing. The fuck does that? It doesn't have anything to do with anybody else.
Yeah, unless like I know reporters, would probably even like especially the malicious ones, they'll try to bring it up like some negative of mine, and it's like, look, like did you have a policy question or something? And this is where I need to learn to be like Don, like Teflon Don,
Oh, he was
to be
brilliant
like,
at that, to keep that aspect of his life out there. Nobody challenged it or brought that up or made that an issue. How many wives he had, what he did, even fucking just with Stormy Daniels that we know about. Just completely fucking buried that. It's amazing.
well, I mean, it's not about like it's like did I don't know, did you want to get together with my wife? Is that why you're asking me about this? Other than that, it's none of your business. Like why don't we talk about some policy shit, some shit that actually matters, instead of my personal business. Okay.
Yeah, he was brilliant at that. I don't know. I hit mute sometimes. I'm hoping you don't hear that. It mutes it for the
I
stream,
don't.
like when I have to cough and all. Hopefully it mutes it for you too. Otherwise, it'd be fucking loud as hell. Me coughing.
I need to learn. Maybe. Oh shoot! I can't use the mouse. I keep on reaching for the mouse instinctively. Here, I'm going to test out mute really quick. Hang on.
Okay, sure.
Testing.
Yep, that knocked
6,
it right
7,
off.
8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so
yeah,
could I use the space bar for this? Could I use the space?
Yeah, that worked.
All right.
That's cool as hell.
Yeah, you know, I think I'll set it up. I could, or I keep on pressing it. I think I'll set it up like this next time so I can use the space bar to mute, because sometimes I need to get on that myself because I cough sometimes because I got like bad lungs and everything, you know, and it's definitely, you know, just coughing naturally, not because I'd be smoking anything, but I cough sometimes, and
I learned that real fast getting thrown into goddamn podcast and, you know, overnight
they
kind
get
of
on your
thing.
ass about that?
No one said anything, but how I have this set up, I have to monitor my own feed, my own microphone. So it's like, holy shit, that's what it sounds like when I fucking talk or when I cough. So I've learned some hotkeys to hit mute in a hurry when I have to cough to keep that out there, or keep that from being out there.
Yeah, I should make a little checklist that I could keep, you know,
mm-hmm.
near my monitor or something that I could just like, you know.
That's sort of how I started out in the beginning of this does this, and you want this transition or this scene at this time, and make things run, because it's like, here's the podcast, you know what it's like, now do it, replicate it. It's like, oh, I need to start
learning. Are you using OBS?
I am. Yeah, OBS is really great. It's a amazing, powerful bit of software, and once you get into it, it's everything's where it should be. Everything makes sense. It all flows. Once you learn the flow of that software, it's amazing what you can do with it.
Yeah. I need to start tinkering around with it. It's just, I really thought I solved the problem because I bought this 3.0 USB hub, but I needed to unplug my mouse, which is USB mouse, and to plug in the camera here, and if I plug in the mouse into this hub, it will respond, and then it will stop responding for a few seconds, and then it will respond, and then it will stop responding for a few seconds because the bandwidth.
You're out of bandwidth, and it's making one thing at a time, or as the clock goes.
The thing that I have plugged into this hub is the microphone, and it's a USB, and it's only USB 2.0. And then I'm sure this fucking mouse here is also a USB 2.0.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so it's like, why is this maxing out? Do I need to get the power supply for this? So I was going to eventually get the power supply for it. And hopefully that solves the problem. Or maybe I just get a more pricier hub. But it's like, look, you know, I'm not using that much bandwidth on this USB. Like, why the fuck, you know, is it all skipping and everything? And it's not like the most powerful computer, but like, damn, this thing could handle a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you mean to tell me you can't? But I do have okay, so I'm using a Logitech keyboard, a wireless keyboard. So I have the little Logitech hub or, you know, transmitter, you know, hooked up to it. And if I, you know, got like a Bluetooth keyboard, I could free up a port. But then the Bluetooth is using resources, you know, and it's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, I even shut my Wi-Fi off. I had to get an Ethernet cord to plug in directly. My fucking the Wi-Fi card was like, unless I jacked the fans to run at a constant RPM, it was showing like 80 to 90 degrees for the fucking Wi-Fi card. So I was like, oh, you're way too hot. Let me get rid of that.
I don't use the Wi-Fi just because I'm a gamer, you know. I'm like, my modem came with one Ethernet cable, and I was like, yeah, that's what I'm using it for, is, you know, like, there ain't going to be nobody microwaving some shit near my apartment or whatever that's jamming the fucking Wi-Fi signal. I ain't going to have that, you know, so.
Well, I'm definitely maxed out on resources. I have 4 USB outs, USB Type-C, and all 4 are getting used. This poor thing's just... If I don't turn on the fans,
it's got every slot with something shoved in it, huh?
Yeah, and the fucking
slot.
poor slut of a processor. I could run 95 degrees unless I jack the fans to a constant 6,000 RPM. I'm at 95 degrees on this processor because it's just going, man.
I don't even check degrees, but I think if I opened up my task manager and clicked around, I would find some degrees. I think I've seen it before, but it's like I keep my shit pretty cool. It's in like the coolest part of the room, and
Sure.
And anyway, I wanted to clarify that
Yes.
being a slut isn't a bad thing. I totally am down for sluts. I'm a slut myself. I'll call myself a slut. This is a slut. I'm just not too successful. I have trust issues, which makes it harder. Like I have these urges and curiosities, but then I got trust issues, which kind of, they're always kind of conflicting. My slutty nature and then my fucking like lack of trust issues. It's like trying to push magnets together,
It's not gonna
when
happen.
they're repelling each other.
Sure. No, I don't think. Unless, and correct me if I'm wrong, but slut's not on the list yet of words that have been.
Oh, we'll give
canceled.
it 10 years, and then how dare you say that, sir?
Yeah.
How dare you?
We'll have to pull this video off of YouTube because that'd be one of those no words you cannot have.
I know.
We're not
Oh my
gonna
God.
really tell you that. We're just gonna strike your channel because 10 years ago you said something.
Yeah, that's another way they do people wrong. They dig up some old shit, and the video was fine the entire time, but now suddenly there's a problem. It's like, what? What
Yeah,
just fucking
our whole
happened?
life is online. There's a digital record, and somebody's gonna find that fucking shitty thing you did at some point and drag that up. It might have happened 20 years ago, but goddamn it, it's there still. Really?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that was one thing about Facebook, like, because like sometimes Facebook would be like, "Here's your memories. This is what you tweeted 13 years ago, or put on your Facebook 13 years ago." And it's like, "Oh man, look at all the fucking spelling errors in there and typos." Like, oh my God, I'm so like, man, that do was supposed to be a don't, and it totally fucking changed the whole fucking meaning of what I was trying to say, and yeah, so I was like, look, all that shit, it's in the trash. I'm sure some people have grabbed some stuff from it, like whatever, but my opinions change,
It definitely does. Things evolve as we age.
I was more for, like mandating, the vaccine and everything, but then this was before I, started seeing the results of the vaccine. And look, if it's not going to be inoculating people, straight up, like preventing them from spreading it at some high rate, then what the fuck? I'm not for the forcing of something that's, and it's not to say that I can't be. Like, let's say, like, if I become president and I'm president and there's a fucking new disease out there that has a 90% death rate, that in that extreme situation, there might have to be a mandate. Like, look, we got to get this shit done, but it ain't going to be fucking like a mandate for fucking something that essentially I don't know what it does exactly. I'm led to believe right now as just like a normal citizen that it just, if you get COVID, it'll make your symptoms less severe, and I guess that's good. But there's other things like the polio, the measles. There's other vaccines that are just more effective. That, like, I'm an advocate for those vaccines, but if you're still able to spread it, like, what the fuck?
Well, the issue seems to be that's different with COVID is since it's so contagious around the world, or there's so many cases around the world, that's in every country. These mutations are changing what the vaccine can and can't protect against, because the virus has evolved to evade the vaccine. Wasn't the issue with polio, as bad as it was, not around the world, that it was mutating and adapting.
Yeah, it was just a different type of virus.
Exactly, yeah. By the nature of this fucking virus is it's even though it's not an alive thing, it's acting like it's an alive entity to be able to evolve as fast as it is.
Well, the thing, like, I recently I watched this guy on YouTube, and he was talking about the junk DNA, or the shit they used to call junk DNA years ago. It's like 8% of the human genome, and a lot of that is like old ass viruses, and a lot of viruses are good, and so like there's some viruses out there that are bad. I'm trying to get at is that eventually, and nobody asked for this, nobody wanted it, but here we are anyway, and we just need to develop a nice relationship with COVID, and that could take time, and that sadly is going to take deaths. Like, people are going to get sick and die from this, but eventually the human, body needs to adapt to having COVID around, because it ain't ever going to go away.
Exactly, and it's culling the herd in a way, or it's almost the kind of zombie movie where so many of the population is gone, or apocalyptic of the virus is wiped out, 99% of the population, but there's that 1% that the virus just doesn't affect, and it's not going to affect their offspring. But it does seem that we're heading towards that with the different variants, that it's less deadly, but more transmissible, and it's just going to be something that's a common cold. It sucks, you're going to get it, but you're not going to be hospitalized for it. But
in most cases.
In most cases, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, most people don't go to hospital for a cold, but the flu is still an issue, and we can predict what the mutation is going to be in the next flu season and inoculate against it. Or if you get that version of the flu, it's going to be lessened because you have the vaccine to help with that, to trigger an immune response. But we're not there yet. It's not there. Yeah. Hospitals are overloaded. The capacity is at max.
They're like that by design, though, is the overloading thing in America. So that is also kind of used, to kind of push the COVID, vaccines, when it really is more of it was set up that way. Not just for, I'm not saying for COVID. It's just like we do such a crappy job in America with healthcare, that
it's not because there's not enough ventilators. It's the whole system is fucked for capacity and the monetary system behind it.
But they're using the fuck system as their advantage. Like, you got to get the vaccine. You look at these hospitals, the vaccine in the hospitals, and then it gets people to fight each other. Like, their neighbor doesn't want to get vaccine, but they got vaccinated, and it's just like this downward punching bullshit that I really fucking hate. I've been seeing issues as either punching up or down the past 2 or 3 years. I've been kind of morphed into that kind of mindset. So when I initially look at an issue, and I do a few things, and I assume, I'm like, well, what if the other side is correct? And I just kind of do, these extreme, what if they're wrong? What if they're correct? And if so, does this issue punch up or punch down? And I was getting on people's asses about that in the FetLife political world arena group. Because there was this one fucking politician that was blaming his son. This must have been about a month ago. Some politician blaming his son for a Facebook post from a long time ago. And it's like, they made it seem like the son was really young. And they were saying, well, this guy, is kind of throwing his family under the bus. And I'm like, maybe so, maybe you're right, but also the other side of that, because I just kind of look at both sides quickly, is what if that did happen and he is calling his family out? Doesn't that, show that he's qualified for being a politician? Because that's what my family did to me. My mom attacked me with her boyfriend and got away with it. No charges, no record, so I guess it never happened. But I did record the attack, and it was traumatic and violent. And anyway, it's all fucking me up. But I need to call. I need to call out, because that's the reality of the situation. I need to call that bullshit out. What my mom did to me, what her boyfriend did to me was wrong. And there's no way around that. And they did more abusive shit later that I won't get into, but I was just looking at this issue, and it was such a petty issue. It's whether it's right or wrong, the issue is really, it's a minor issue, and he tried making it seem, or it just sounded like they were saying that the kid was really young or something, and I'm like, so what? The kid is 13. I didn't get a response on it, but the kid is probably way older now. So and maybe it was some political move, like oh hey son, could you take the heat for this on me? I'm going to blame you for it, but and it was some calculated thing. Like the possibilities are a little bit more, but even if you just take a few basic possibilities into account, it's just like it's such a petty issue. Why are we even talking about this?
Right.
It's like aren't there more important things to talk about? And that's another thing they do is they like to waste people's time with little bullshit things, just like they're doing with the shoplifting bullshit right now. They're like all the corporate media is all like, oh, those poor corporations and those little shoplifters are stealing toothpaste and toothbrushes, and that's wasting people's time where we could be talking about other bigger fucking things,
or at least talk about the issue of why these people are stealing this, how bad off they are that they need to steal this. You're
a lot of
glossing
people are
over
driven
it.
to crime. Sorry to interrupt you, but
No,
a lot of people are
that's
driven
fine.
to crime.
Yeah. They are, because they're in that need that they have to steal to fucking survive. It might not even be a drug and alcohol issue. You can't fucking afford toothpaste and shit that you're stealing.
Even if it was a drug and alcohol issue, it's still like people should be able to afford their drugs in America. Is this too wrong of me to ask? The people should be able to afford to pay their bills and to get fucked up on the drug of their choice.
You can't afford to go on fucking vacation, let alone to have a cocktail at the end of the day.
I'm not familiar with this word, Phil. What is a vacation? Could you please describe this to me? What is a vacation?
Jesus, even the people that work at Walmart up here get vacation pay on their fucking paycheck. You work towards getting a week off or 10 days off a year, and that time is paid off or paid for. A lot of people will continue to work.
Vacation?
Oh yeah, they're paid vacation by the company you work for, and a lot of people, like I know a lot of people that worked at Walmart that the 10 days they would get paid off a year, they would still come to work. They're getting paid to be at work and to not be at work. Just because they choose not to fucking do anything with that time, or they haven't, whatever, do you.
Or they drink the Kool-Aid too much. They're like, look, I owe it to Walmart, and it's like, oh man.
It drove me nuts. Like the people, they would get off their shift at Walmart and then go shop and then come through the fucking register 5 minutes later to buy shit they just stocked overnight. And, I'm saving 10%. No, motherfucker, you're paying your entire paycheck back to the fucking company. You're working for the company's store.
Yeah. It's a form of, indentured servitude?
Yeah, absolutely. It's tragic. It's really fucking tragic. The Walmart class, the working class. I tend to beat up on Walmart a lot just because I really hate everything they fucking stand for.
I'm forced to shop there, but I feel the same way. And I got banned from a store, I think in Lockport, Illinois, for talking to the employees about unionizing.
Yeah, you can't dare do that down there. Jesus. God forbid they'd have a fucking a voice on how they're gonna fucking be treated outside the minimum standards of employment.
I had 2 white shirts escort me out.
Ouch.
Well, yeah, now I know not to do that. Because this is like the most convenient place to go grocery shopping. And I only shop there because of the convenience. Like the bus service sucks. I don't have 2 or 3 hours to take the bus somewhere and then do my shopping and then fucking take 2 or 3 hours to get back. Like the Walmart is right up the road from me, sadly. And if there's a better place to shop, I would shop there. But
I know what you mean.
It's kind of forced, there's no other option, that's...
You're forced to, because also the prices of it. I would much rather support a mom and shop feed store for dog food. But if it's $50 for that dog food at mom and pop, that's $20 at Walmart. I just don't have the extra $30. And if I did, I would, but I can't. You set the system up this way.
And I don't mind spending an extra, some extra money every now and then. It's like, oh, this thing is $12 here, but I could get it $8 at Walmart, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, by the time I use bus fare anyway, it's going to be about $12, but yeah, I would love to, and that's how the system design kind of, They make people so desperate. They pay people less by just never increasing the wages. And then over time, inflation happens and shit gets more pricey, and then people have less spending power, and then people are more desperate, and they make those decisions. They're like, well, it's $50, at this mom and pop store, but it's $20 over here at Walmart. So we're going to go to Walmart because that's what we could afford. And it's not even a choice. It is, you are literally forced. You would like to choose to pay mom and pop store $50, but you can't afford it. So you are totally forced to go where you could afford it. And it's out of people's control. And that's, I think, how they like the design of the shitty systems they have designed. And I'm just talking about like old greedy people and their offspring, I guess. And it's been going on for generations.
It's shocking how few people there are that are in control of that country. Yeah, it's a dozen people. When you boil it down, of a dozen corporations, a dozen families that are in control of how the system works.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh, man. Yeah, it is kind of depressing to think about it. I think it is more than a dozen people, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's few. It's few. I mean, if you boil it down, it's like Jeff Bezos and the Waltons. That's a huge chunk of the fucking market that they control. And
yeah, that's like 60% of it right there or something,
Yeah, and they can afford the lobbyists and to buy politicians to set the system so they can just proceed like normal and keep status quo.
And the fucked up thing is that they could still be living their lavish lifestyles that they're living now.
If they quit,
just that their bank accounts would be a little bit smaller than they are today.
If they quit right now, they'd have more money than they could possibly spend for the rest of their life. It would be impossible to spend it.
I know, and this is like it's like okay, so like I definitely am for a maximum wage. I would definitely tax 100% after. I enjoy Jesse Ventura's idea of $10 million. Anything more than $10 million is taken by the government.
To the system, absolutely.
And you're giving back to that system. You know why? I will explain it. We're giving back to that system because you made so much off of society that you really had no hand in creating. You just got born into this shit, and the system has given you so much. So you're now going to give back to the system.
Well, they're using the system. They're using the infrastructure, the roads, the dams, the power grid that they didn't create, but they're making their money off of that fucking system. So yeah, there should be a fucking absolute max that you can have. And 10 million is pretty fucking huge to live off of each year. And then the rest goes in. With inflation,
so we might need to raise that to 11.
Well, if they did, they'd still have plenty of fucking money.
And I would consider raising it from 10 to 11, but only in another separate bill that we raise the minimum wage. And then only after that would I actually seriously consider raising the maximum wage too. But not in the same bill. I ain't doing this, same bill shit.
No, it can't be a one bill corrects everything. It's a forever evolving system.
I want a bunch of separate bills for a bunch of separate all the shit, because I hate how the politicians toss in all this fucking bullshit into bills. Like there was I forget, and I think TJ was bitching about it a long time ago. It was something with the flood insurance funding or something like that in Florida.
Okay.
And they had an anti-abortion bullshit in that bill that was meant for. Wow. Yeah, and it was like what the fuck? Those things aren't even related.
No.
Why?
But they can bury it on page 52 of the fucking bill where no one's going to see it.
And get somebody's support. They're like, well, we had to get their support. We had to throw this fucking poisonous thing in there. And it's like, because that's often what it is, where it's a slush fund. Yeah. It's just corruption. What it boils down to is just being corrupt. And these politicians should, they get paid the big bucks to have these votes. And that's what was so disillusioning with the fucking fight for Medicare for All, is that there were so many people just against that. And it's like, look, just have the vote. I understand it may not pass, but have the vote. That's what you get paid for. Like, oh my God. And shit gets voted down all the time that eventually becomes law. So don't give me this argument like, well, if we have a loss now, it will never come to be. And it's like, no, what you're doing right now is exactly why it will never come to be.
Obamacare definitely disappeared, and what was put into action in 2010 was such a watered down fucking nothing burger, a fucking bill.
Well, I mean, it saved like 10 million people or something like that, but then there's still 30-40 million people that are up shit creek without a paddle, and it's like, it's almost like, okay, let's say there's like 2 million homeless people in America, and there's like a lot more than that, but. And then you start a program, and you're like, well, okay, well, we will provide housing for 200,000 homeless people. And not saying that isn't a good thing, but you pat yourselves on the back, and you only fucking
band-aided the issue.
Yeah, band-aid over a gaping wound. It's like you need 10 stitches, and you only get 2, and you're like, good job. And it's like, what?
Yep. Yeah, it was a real eye-opener when I moved here and just seeing how people function with the Medicare or the public health system here, that you're not going bankrupt when you have a heart attack or you have cancer, and going to hospital is not something you put off to the very fucking end. I mean, there's not people in hospital with a hangnail, but you're not waiting till you can't breathe with pneumonia. You're going and getting it treated beforehand. And there's plenty of issues with the system up here, and there's not enough fucking doctors, and it shouldn't be that you're having to go to hospital for a cough. You should have access to a family doctor, and a lot of people don't. But you're also not going poor when you have to resort to going to hospital.
Bankruptcy, losing your house.
And I was fortunate enough when I lived in the States to not really navigate that system. I had good health at the time. But up here, not having good health from the injuries and shit that I sustained, and not being bankrupt from this, or not being in debt still for hospital bills when my kids were born, it's just like, goddamn, you can focus on other shit like vacation.
Yeah, you're worried. Yeah. Oh, what is this word that you keep on saying? Vacate.
Yeah, like you guys, it doesn't exist anymore. Our generation doesn't have it like we did when we were little, or our parents were our age. You're the working poor now. You're paying those fucking hospital bills, and that keeps you from doing anything.
Oh man, if there's one thing that I've done in life, and I'm very proud of, is that I've really never paid my medical bills. Like, during 2012, when I started getting fucked, I got like sent to a mental hospital against my will, and I ended up with like some $10,000-$15,000 bill, and it was like, fuck you, like I didn't even want to go there, and I didn't want to harm myself or harm other people. It was just like, I want to try to run for president.
Yeah.
Unless I was being cocky, I wasn't saying that I am going to be president. I definitely wasn't saying that I was. And yeah, aside from the cockiness, like, yeah, bitch, I'm going to be the future president. What you going, you got something to say? Because I was getting a lot of blowback, so I kind of developed that, kind of fuck you attitude right away. Yeah. And even from my family, it was just like amazing. And actually, to kind of, I don't think you've heard this, because I don't think you've watched everything that I've done, but I probably have it buried in there somewhere. But it all kind of started off like a joke. Like a sarcastic joke, and like I'm like, look, I'm going to think of the most positive thing that I could do, and just see how my family reacts. And I got my answer.
Yeah, but to get straddled with those fucking bills that you're never going to be able to pay off, and it's unrealistic what they charge too to begin with.
Well, yeah, they're able to, like, if there's one thing that Kyle Kalinske gets right when he describes the system, he's like, it's a scam within another scam, and that's exactly how the medical, system that we have in America is set up. It's just one crazy scam, within another scam, and it's amazing that they're able to get away with it. And
it's gonna be hard to change.
Medical bankruptcy is not really.
There's just so many people that have their finger in the pot on that. There's so much corruption and money in it.
We got to make them uncomfortable, man.
You're fighting a mob. You're like a mafia system.
Well, see, the thing is though, is that they already have so much money, and it's like, go fuck yourselves. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
You know, like, fuck off with your fucking gravy train bullshit. You know, we're gonna do things better. We're gonna better everybody, and you know what? Because we're all able to get lost, and I've been lost many times in my life. I'm sure maybe there's times in your life where you've lost your way.
Of course.
And these greedy motherfuckers kind of lose their way too, because that's all they money, 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 money. Make my bank account bigger that I'll never fucking like use in my lifetime. And it's like, hello, fucking knock it off. You know, fucking go, go fuck off somewhere. Just like Hillary Clinton. It's like, I don't want to hear you.
Yeah.
You're the main reason why we had Trump in the first place.
Oh,
but you have billions
miserable.
of dollars. If not billions, you definitely have millions. But I think it's in the billions for Hillary. And it's like, take your money and go fuck yourselves and leave us people alone.
Just like Biden, she had no policy to run on. I didn't give a fuck about her fucking emails, and it's a shame she had so many skeletons in her closet that Trump could capitalize on. And Trump surely fucking tried with Biden, but the country was at the point that nobody gave a fuck because the answer to that was Trump
Bernie
again.
Too. Like,
they destroyed him.
There was one state, I think West Virginia, every county in the Democratic primary voted for Bernie Sanders as a majority, and the state went to Hillary to be put on the ballot.
Oh yeah,
and it's like, what the fuck? And that was one out of like hundreds, if not thousands, of tricks that the DNC did to put their fucking bitch over there. You know, and it's like, no, you should listen to the people, and you didn't listen to the people. And then this other charlatan that had a message similar to Bernie Sanders was able to sneak his way in and fucking do the same bullshit that we've been dealing with for fucking decades now, our whole lives. He just gave, breaks to the fucking corporations and Wall Street and help out the rich. And that's the exact opposite of what the people want.
Yep, if they could just eliminate the Electoral College and had a popular vote, I think it would be a self-correcting issue. And you would see the money fall out.
So stupid.
It would by default almost eliminate the money in politics if you have just a popular vote and you're able to get candidates in there that couldn't read the system. Things would start to just change.
Yeah, the Electoral College definitely needs to be done away with, and I'm pretty sure there was a racist reason for the Electoral College to begin with.
It sounds about right. Yeah, I've certainly. Nothing comes to mind off the top of my head, but know what you're talking about with that.
Yeah, well, I think it was like to prevent, like, the damn states.
Yeah,
that freed
the
the
northern
slaves
states
from having less of a voice or whatever the fuck, like.
Not allowing
there's
people of color
more
to get
brushed
in
up on their
power.
history that could help us out here. Make a comment down below or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think it really did boil down to not allowing people of color to get accidentally elected, because that's what the majority wanted, is to allow the ones in power to keep that power. But
the problem was solved, right, man? We elected a black man.
Yeah, erased all history,
racism, right?
Ended racism.
And we did it, guys. We did it. And he was just as corrupt as the white guys, but there was a lot of Democratic supporters that are like, yeah, but he's black, and it's like, I don't give a fuck about that. What I care about is what the people want, and are you fighting for that? Policy. And he's like, I'm going to bail out the banks and not the homeowners, and just all this fucking shit. I'm going to do more drone strikes than Bush did. I'm fucking going to invade more countries than Bush did. And it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Yep. Oh, I voted for Trudeau up here to get my little weed. He ran on that, and that got people out to vote. But goddamn it, it wasn't just that. He actually ran on some legislation and continues to run on it. And it's shocking to see how few issues people will run on in your country.
I'm not too familiar with Trudeau, but I'm not even interested. I would rather hang out with you if I become president than Trudeau. All
Sure.
right,
Yeah.
just to kind of, like I was thinking, going undercover often, and hanging out with citizens, just normal citizens, and I could record it with like a body camera and release the footage, have somebody edit it and release the footage when it's safe, when I'm not in the area. I don't
Sure.
even want the local cops to know, because I just don't like cops. But and that's one thing I should just roll with, because whether I do or don't like cops, that is definitely going to be something that is smeared, that is used against me.
Absolutely. Oh
And
yeah.
and I have stories of cops abusing me, like they arrest me over like an untrue hearsay that I shook my fist at somebody, right?
Right.
And then my family attacks me. I record them saying two damning things. There's probably more in there, but I remember them saying they'll lie to the cops to avoid justice and that they'll murder me. And I think
Jesus.
those are two major things. And the cops didn't do anything.
Right.
And then out here, I escape Illinois because I'm still being harassed by my family. That was helped by the police. Like they helped them issue an order of protection against me after attacking me. After attacking me, I get an
Mm-hmm.
order of protection against me. And so I escape out to Colorado, and then I get attacked, and I hit my attacker one time under his armpit, and I'm a little rude to the responding officers because I have like PTSD and all this fucked up shit that's happened to me. And then I end up in jail after being attacked, and I lose all my shit,
Mm-hmm.
and I got acquitted eventually, and then no lawyer would sue for me, so fucked again, because I probably could have been nicely financially compensated for 284 days in jail without any adjudication of guilt, but
Yeah, and it would help correct the issue because when the state has to pay out for their errors, they tend to correct those errors because they don't want to keep getting sued into the fucking ground. That's a shame.
yeah,
You weren't able to
yeah, it is a
pursue
shame.
that.
It is a shame. Like I tried pursuing it, but I was really demoralized and fucked up at the time, so I'm not at my best. I'm still not at my best, but I'm way better now than I was back then. And and yeah, so I got horrific stories. Like the judge in that original case that sent me to jail multiple times for an untrue hearsay that I shook my fist at my family. She sent me to jail right after I was attacked by my family. And then like I had that order of protection, which was it started off as a temporary one, and then when I was sent to jail after being attacked by my family, the jail never took me to that hearing about the order of protection.
Oh,
So
jeez,
that
that's
temporary
bad.
one went into like some permanent one,
Yeah, because you're not there to
and I
argue it.
wasn't even able to defend myself. Like I
Yeah,
wasn't. How is that fair?
yeah,
So I have shit to talk about judges right there. She time served me right after that fucking shit, probably to just wash her hands of the mistake. And the reason why they sent me to jail that last time, they said they ordered me to get a mental health evaluation, which I had gotten
right,
and I gave to my first probation officer. And
right,
and then they had me, you know, the case was at Bridgeview, Illinois. They had me go to Skokie, Illinois courthouse for the probation officer, and that was like a 2.5 hour fucking trip. So I'm like newly homeless, and I'm like, could you transfer this probation to the courthouse that I have everything at? Like, what the
right.
fuck? And so, but I gave that first probation officer my mental health evaluation. I remember him taking it from my hands and making copies with it, and then handed it back to me. And I
Right.
thought all is done, said, and fine. And I was never warned about it at all. And I show up to court, and they're like, "You didn't get this thing that you actually got done, but go fuck yourself. You're back to
Wow.
jail."
Right.
And I'm like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Yeah.
It
And you
feels like
can't
I'm in the
fight the
Twilight
system.
Zone.
That is impossible to fight that unless you have a
Well,
fucking videotape of that happening, or like the person that you gave it to will actually come to the court and say, yeah, he gave it to me, I fucked
yeah,
up
it
and didn't
was.
file it.
I don't know his last name, but he was Dan from Skokie, and he was the
Mm-hmm.
probation officer I saw in 2012. And I actually do remember fucking calling him up one day and asking him about this. I think I do have a recording about that, but
Okay.
I think I might have lost it when I fucking lost all my shit. Because if
Yeah.
there's, like, I retained my desktop computer
Yeah.
going through all this shit, but I had a bunch of external hard drives that had just extra data storage on, and I lost all that shit.
That's a shame.
So maybe it's hidden somewhere on one of my computers here and buried in a folder within a folder within a folder, because that's how I clean up.
Right.
So I just take everything from the desktop and I put it in a folder, and then everything gets bulky, or kind of scattered everywhere, and then I fucking take all that shit and I put it in another folder, sometimes within that folder that I just did.
Oh man, I need a cigarette. I wish my the wireless microphones worked a little bit better, and I could try and disappear off to do that. But it's been.
You can't do it there?
No, I don't want to smoke inside the house. It stinks up the place too much. I plan on quitting after this pack is gone, so I don't want the lingering effect of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to run out for a cigarette, is what you're trying to... You need to go, is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been about 2.5 hours that we've been going, so I'm not sure if it's like a break time or it's called a night kind of time.
Do you want to just take a break real quick and maybe come back in 5 minutes? I'll just mute and cover my shit, and then I'll do the same. I should go outside,
Okay. Yeah, sure. Then we can play some content or look at some stuff and go from there. That'd be pretty awesome.
All right, cool, man. I will be back in like 5 minutes.
Right on. Okay. See you in a bit.
All right. Peace.
All right, we're coming back there. Gotta change some settings around, and we're able to get that shared screen. Excellent.
Yeah,
Fantastic. Let me change some audio settings now, so you'll be able to get the audio from the stream.
I'm almost done with my little snack that
no
grabbed during
worries.
break.
Take your time. Okay. You still hear me?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Quite possibly everything will work.
Have you thought of, I was thinking of a podcast name called The Great Toilet.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I mean, I don't know, you know. It might be something you're interested in. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't really settled on anything yet. This is all still relatively new. And transition. There we go. I had pulled up some ridiculous, expensive millionaire homes. Maybe we could kind of watch that. Unless there's anything you have in mind, I certainly can pull up whatever.
Oh, no. You're good. You know, I guess we could, you know, poke at this a little. You know. It is a small. I mean, it's not that big of an issue, but whatever.
Okay.
Sounds like some porn music.
Yeah, it's like, goddamn it, stop playing music.
Today is the most epic of epic videos. We are at the largest house in the urban world. When I say the largest,
okay, so they really mean the biggest.
it is 105,000 square feet.
Jesus
it is called
Christ.
The One. And what gets better than that, we are
Not enough
with
space?
the one and only Niall, who is the visionary behind this. He built this, and he is just an incredible guy. And he's going to show us around this house that no cameras have seen this house before in its.
He looks like a Backstreet Boys kind of.
Yeah. Yeah,
this
guy, you know, was paid a lot of money to do this.
Yeah, this the guy that does this channel, producer Michael. I've watched a few of his things before. He's pretty out there. The dude in the jacket.
Entirety ever. Is that correct?
That's right.
So this
you
is a world
Michael.
debut.
Let's do it. Let me show you. Come on. So we got a
it's like a moat that goes
stone
around
door that opens into itself.
Check that out.
He's got a fucking moat around the house.
Is it filled with, like, you know, sharks with laser beams?
Oh, he totally should do that. Or put goldfish or something. You have a moat. Use the moat.
Yeah, it should
Electric
have something
stone.
deadly in there. Like, you fucking,
Yeah.
even these rich people, they're not that creative, you know. It's
They
a
really
little
aren't.
disappointed.
It's just, they put a moat and it's just water. And what the fuck are you gonna do with it? It's not even a fountain.
Not even spikes, like, on the bottom of it. Like, come on, you know.
Yeah, it's a swimming pool you can't use.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds, you know, like a waste.
It totally is.
Own front door.
Biometric. We have the latest technology in the house.
Whoa! Guys, I have never been in this house before. This is the first time walking through the door. Adam has never been in this house before, and I don't even know what to say.
I mean, did you just enter a parking garage or something? Like,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
I'm thinking like hotel lobby or fucking bank lobby. A lot of wasted open space.
Yeah, you know,
Well,
that
wait.
place could really house a lot of homeless people, you know.
I was totally thinking that, like the amount of people just in the fucking lobby of your home.
Till we're done. Let me show you over here. So we'll come and go this way. This is a lot of the artwork we have, the sculpture done original for this house. This artwork here is from Michael Phelps. It's called Unity, and it was made for the house. It turns 360 degrees.
Seriously.
Well, having a good like the full 360, you know, not like 340, it does 360. I got that right. I guess.
I'm guessing that's like a couple of $1 million for that artwork.
Yeah.
Easy.
Oh man, must be nice to be that artist, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
no kidding.
it looks good, but maybe I don't know. Whatever.
I guess art's in the mind of the beholder, but it's not doing it for me.
Yeah, I could stare at that for a long time, but well, yeah, your price tag is probably accurate on that. It's like $2 million for like the piece, or some crazy amount, and it's like, yeah, maybe like $200, 2, 3, 400, that's about it.
Such a huge waste. The entire open space, guaranteed it's air conditioning, but it looks like it's wide open into this outside, so you're just pumping air conditioning outside.
Yeah.
This foyer, because there's so many seating areas in the house, this foyer is a true foyer. It's like an art gallery when you first enter.
This foyer is the size.
I don't get art gallery. There's no art on the walls. It's
Yeah,
really
well,
bland.
they got some flowers, and a nice chandeliers and that one 360-degree piece, so that's enough.
I guess so.
Of most luxury mansions.
Well, let me show you over here. So we have a 2-story office with an office balcony.
I have to ask you a question. Do you get lost in here?
I don't, I mean, and for me, it doesn't even feel big anymore because I've done it so many times. But, I know it is big.
And also,
but
one thing you guys need to know, 10 years in the making, right? 10 years.
December 2012 was when I first bought this land, and we've been pushing ever since.
I've been going through hell for like about that time, actually in the beginning of 2012. So he just mentioned December 2012, which is at the end. I was getting sent to jail for my second time for opting out of a blood test right after saving my grandmother's life for my December of 2012.
And this motherfucker's losing sleep over if it's white marble or slightly off-white marble flooring. This is his pressing issue.
I do just to and I don't mind doing it because this is your show and everything, but
Sure.
this I'd rather be focused on some protests or some homeless people or stuff that they're doing, not necessarily punching down, because there was some of that on Drunken Peasants with some dude offering money. I guess that was pretty kind of funny actually, because it's like, dude, the dude was holding up a few $100s or something that he got from his stimulus. Yeah. And he's like, somebody, I'll give you money if you could, find me a woman. And it's like, dude, why don't you take the money yourself and find yourself a woman? Ask her out to see a movie, and dinner is usually a common successful thing. Or I'm crazy.
No, that's kind of why I'm playing that, to have the juxtaposition of these fucking maniac wealthy motherfuckers and this stupid lavish lifestyle and what they spend money on, instead of just having something political or.
I understand that aspect of it. It's just we're still they're the evil, greedy motherfuckers, and they're still getting fucking airtime. We're watching it here now, showing off all their bullshit, and it's like, man, there's other things that I would be more interested in, but this is fine just for some content for some people that may be watching and everything, and just so you know how I feel about it. And I'm not saying don't continue, but maybe in the future we can find some better shit.
Yeah, we won't watch the whole clip or nothing. We'll do a few more minutes of this, then we'll dive into something.
And this office is the only room in the house. The house is surrounded by water, so we have little moats, and we have a total of 7 water features and swimming pools combined. But this office, you'll see every single wall in this office touches water, so it's like it's floating.
This is just incredible. Look at the height of it.
But I have the same problem in my basement.
It's just.
I got water everywhere in my basement.
They should have made it look like a ship or something if they wanted to get like that. Here's this room and it looks like the inside of a big cargo ship or some shit,
That's just sterile hospital. City hall.
Yeah, it's so dull in there, and you hear the echoey. It's really echoey in there,
Yeah, that was back to my point. They're calling it an art gallery. Where's the fucking art?
I mean, some carpet at least. My God, like why do you need all this marble and echoey shit?
I'm 6'2". How high are these ceilings now?
They're probably 24 feet just in the office, but the higher spaces they're higher, and all of the built-ins are from Italy, hand-rubbed lacquer, all shipped from different parts of Italy.
Spectacular.
Have you ever seen an office with a balcony?
I have not. I actually noticed that. I thought, my goodness, I'm assuming that we'll be able to see into the office.
Of course,
from up there.
Yeah.
I'm overwhelmed, and I've seen the foyer and the office.
Oh, wait. So the next one we're going to go.
I'm not overwhelmed. This is
See,
not
that
the way I would
balcony
live.
is going to be where the hookers fucking like walk out to. They'll be all naked and everything. Be like, honey, come on, you know, like let's have some fun, you know.
Yeah, do something with it like that. It's like
That
just
would be a good
sad.
place to have sex parties. Is definitely a thing, I guess.
I'd hope he'd do something like that. I hope it's not just some sad fucking wealthy maniac that lives there all by himself and obsesses over how to build this place.
Oh yeah, yeah. This was a great design. It was done by so and so. And it's like that's all you're thinking about.
Yeah, where this in Italy was imported from, and
yeah, oh yeah, it was imported from Italy, not Brazil. The fucking Brazilians. But the Italians, they really know their shit. It's like I don't give a fuck either way.
We're doing the formal living room, and the formal living room, I designed it like the Plaza Hotel in New York, where you could have multiple meetings at the same time. But it was very important for me that the house feels comfortable and warm, that's why I did the use of like really nice warm suede wallpaper.
Whoa, check this out. Is this not the Four Seasons?
Oh my God,
I feel like I'm
shit.
yeah, I'd love to have like a home theater room set up and big ass fucking TV and some comfortable seating, but this doesn't strike me as comfortable.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely that could be like a lounging area for weed smokers and everything, but yeah, I don't even know this many people to like fill up a single room even, like.
No, it'd be uncomfortable. It's not cozy and somewhere you can just get high and chill.
I could rollerblade around the place. Like, see if this was my place, I'd be rollerblading around it.
Like fly a drone and shit around or ride a bicycle around, sure.
I'm more of a rollerblader. But yeah, I might get a bike actually. It's been like 15 years.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's been like 15 years since like I've actually like regularly rollerbladed and shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably been that long. Well, surely before my accident, before I've ridden a bike. I miss being able to do that.
Oh, you can't?
No, my legs and back are way too fucked to do anything like that. I'll be hurting for days from this stream alone.
No, that sucks, man. I mean, you having some sort of portable thing that's not a vehicle, like, so you could get around at least. Like, that's what I did a lot when I was younger, is use the rollerblades to get around. And
yeah, it's too rural out here for that. Jesus, it takes 45 minutes to drive anywhere just to get groceries.
And there's more features. Like, this one's like, well, probably because just the windows and everything, you could see out, and I could see a couple trees and someone walking in the distance, apparently. Maybe that's their, like, gardening person, or...
Yeah.
I can't even tell if it's a woman or a man. It's just, like, maybe it's some artwork,
Yeah, no kidding. Probably is. I bet he has, like, a ridiculous amount of staff to keep this place clean and shit.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, he's like definitely scheduled the staff to not be here and all the maids and everything.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm showing this place off. You can't be inside the place at this time.
Yeah, I mean, look at that floor. The fucking reflection on it, it's just perfect. It's fucking never been touched. Virginal clean.
What a waste of money, though.
Oh my word.
And the view today is a lot of overcast, but
still
the thing that is crazy about this house, there's so many crazy, beautiful things, but one of them is I have a backyard with a view of the entire LA basin and the ocean and 1 acre of usable space, which does not happen anywhere.
Wow. This is crazy. This is wild. Do you have a name for that?
It's not that pretty. I get to look at fucking mountains and ocean out my front door. That's just some smoggy ass fucking city line.
Yeah, I know, right? That looks like a nice view of the smog right there.
Yeah, there's no ocean or mountains. It's just smog and buildings.
Beautiful piece of
I
art.
do. We'll go over. I want to talk to you guys about that because it's something close to me. This is a moat. And the reason that we did a moat here, if you notice, where there is not a moat, you see the glass rail?
Yes.
So in order to have this free view to the city, we had to put the glass below, which we'll go to. But so below, we have probably the world's most expensive running track because you can't run in Bel Air because there's no sidewalk. So now you can run from here all the way to where the front door is. And
Oh, wow.
it did cost a lot.
Yay.
Aren't there like
To run
treadmills
from
for
here
that?
to where the front door is, guys. You know, and back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, run
Nobody
around your
could run
house.
in their place. Well, technically, you know, I got like 10 feet of running space here or something, maybe a little less, actually.
Just get a treadmill. A treadmill and a TV. Put in front of your Peloton kind of shit.
Yeah, I'm actually excited. I have a exercise bike, and like I haven't really used it. I used it for a few months when I bought it back in February, but I just don't have the space and everything. So I just kind of folded it up and left it because with it kind of like, you know, in the ready to use form, it's taking up like too much space, and I just have this crappy box of a studio.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I just I'm looking forward. I'm like, look, when I move in this place that I'm planning on moving to, that I'll start developing and try to learn good habits. And one thing that I want to do is set up that bike in front of a window or something, and have at least like 20-30 minutes a day, most days
Yeah,
at
do
least.
some good cardio there.
Yeah, I need to get used to it and exercise my lungs a little bit, and I really need to quit smoking is the main thing.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I mean, I still buy them, but $22.50 for a pack of cigarettes is very motivating to quit.
Well, you know, I wouldn't have a problem. You know, we could talk about it later. You know,
Yeah, I think I'm
I could get cigarettes cheap though, cheaper than you.
What is something you want to watch? Give me an idea. I'm good to tune away from this
Well,
guy.
I was watching the Jimmy Dore shit, like how he was ripping on what was it, CNN, I think. How they were going on about the shoplifters and shit, and it's like, man, motherfucker. It's probably a little further down. Are you at his site?
No, I can go. That's it.
Yeah, go to his channel. It's one of his recent things. If I had a mouse, I could totally, like a normal mouse, like I could totally look this up much quicker.
It seems like my internet's a little slow tonight, but we will get there.
Yeah, it's all right. The hamster-powered internet is still, it's a little choppy too on here. I don't know how you're seeing it. It's a little choppy, but I think it's acceptable.
I see that as well. Skype is really taxing on this system.
Could I use a different program aside from Skype that's a little better for you?
Yeah, Discord seems to work a lot better for us when we do the goddamn podcast, but it would be a lot of fucking around with to get going right now.
Yeah, where was it? It can't be this far down.
No, that's
2
like
days
3
ago.
days. That's pretty recent.
Democrats. CNN government. Damn it. Let me open up my tab here really quick and look at the history.
Okay.
I was watching Chomsky's disappointing stance on Rogan censorship battle. That was the last one that I was watching.
Yeah,
let me see here.
One of the first videos right there.
Oh, status coup. Sorry. Why is corporate media going crazy over Hamburglar shoplifters? Sorry. And then it must have. Yeah, maybe I was confusing it with status coup there. My bad. I've just been watching a few, just kind of dip my toes back into all the drama and everything. You know, and yeah, I got that part wrong.
Well, you want to watch some of this Joe Rogan shit? Because I'm not familiar with anything that's going on with Rogan, so.
Yeah. That's fine.
Might be
That's
kind
fine.
of fun to check on that.
Let me click back so I can see what we're looking at. I think I did check out that Joe Rogan one.
Come on, sweetheart. You're not to the internet.
Do it.
So I
He's
can't
trying.
believe this, but you know what? So I don't want to bury the lead. The AP did a phony.
Oh, fuck it. I have to point out, and I'll give him props for this, his microphone setup is really sweet. His voice is just mwah.
Fact check.
Well, he has a small team of people. Like, he has his wife, Steph, and then I think there's another guy in the background that's helping out with graphics and shit, and probably audio. So he has like 2 people kind of helping him out, where it's just here and a lot of places.
I have no fucking sweet clue what I'm doing.
Yeah, I wish I had a sidekick, that fucking help me out with shit.
Yeah, like somebody, I could use a sound engineer. That would make a fucking huge difference.
Well, to have your wife, to have your lover part of this must be so amazing. Like, he's not only making, a living off of this, but he's involving someone that he cares about, and they're both passionate about this shit. It's like, wow. Like, I wish I had a relationship like that, and they're helping each other out, and it's mostly positive. I mean, Jimmy sometimes gets fucked up with the pseudoscience, but he is great at breaking down propaganda and making good points. Like, he's kind of my replacement for the Daily Show.
Oh, really? Yeah, see, I watched him a bit on TYT, and then watched him once he left. That was years ago, and I've just completely tuned out to anything he's done. But I used to like him back in the day.
Yeah, he's still good. I guess, like, last year, there's a little bit of toxicity because of the force the vote shit that he was for, and then, like, everybody was like, door, like, going crazy, and it's like, relax. He's making a good point, though, like, and why are we talking about door every time we talk about forcing the vote or Medicare for all? We're just like the fucking shit libs, as Jimmy Dore would call them. They would always go fucking crazy. Whenever I would talk about Medicare for all, I would very often get in a reply, Jimmy Dore, or just Dore, Dore.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, what does he have to do with any of this shit? Like, forcing the vote is a good idea. Who cares if Jimmy Dore agrees with it or not?
No, it's just a distraction from the issue.
Yeah, they're all twisted around like a pretzel, and they're like, door, and it's like, shut the fuck up, please.
This is kind of incredible. On Joe Rogan. So Joe Rogan, when he got COVID, he then treated himself with all the stuff he said he treated himself with, and he put out a video. He got better in 2 days, right? Was it like 2 days he got better? Something like that.
Yeah.
And people were upset that he got better. Believe me, the establishment was upset.
Yeah, same with Trump. Everyone wanted Trump to suffer a bit from COVID. Otherwise, he's going to make it this is no big deal. I got it. I beat it. I'm old as fuck. Look how healthy I am.
Yeah.
He didn't get sick and die. He got better right away. And so here's what he said.
Turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin, Z-Pak, prednisone, everything.
So that's how he really looked. See?
Yeah. See, this isn't the racism thing that they were fucking going on about in this other clip that I saw with Joe Rogan, but this is very deceptive too. They apply a little filter, blue and green or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, they grade him out. He looks like
or
fucking
blue
shit.
and yellow.
Yeah, Jimmy Dore initially said there, he didn't look very good. I was like, well, it looks fine, but if this is how they're fucking portraying it, that's not cool.
Yo, definitely. And it's little subtle shit like that's propaganda right there.
Mm-hmm. That's some 1984 shit. It's literally 1984. You're just changing the narrative.
Doctored his video, and they made him look like that. So CNN, which is now calling for him to be censored, all these respectable people in suits and ties who are paid by Big Pharma and the military industrial complex in Wall Street to lie to you, which is why nobody fucking watches their shows, and 11 million people watch his because they trust him. They lied again about Joe Rogan, and they did the most underhanded, deceptively kind of shit you could do. It's really nefarious.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Like, look at that shit. Like, there's just, and there's so many more people that are just unaware of this. You know, they like we are aware of it. Jimmy's aware of it. The people that watch Jimmy, but there's a lot of people that are unaware of this, and they're totally taken in by this bullshit. And they're our friends, and they're our neighbors. And we just need to really do a good job and point this shit out and try to be understanding, you know, with the people that are taken in with this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sadly, it's the only thing we can do, right?
I was hoping they'd get into more of what the fuck's going on, because I still don't know what his main fucking thing everyone's against right now. And this is really about what the AP did.
Yeah,
I don't know if there's too much here to watch. Like, they fucked the video. I get that. It's pretty fucked. I might try and find something different if that's okay.
Yeah. You're good.
Or if you see anything that pops up.
It might have been an older one, because sometimes, God. You could go to Status Quo too. They were talking. I actually, Jimmy, you know what? It was the live stream today that Jimmy was doing, so that shit ain't going to be up for another day or two, actually.
Yeah, especially on a Friday night.
Yeah, so the shit that I just watched, but I think let me check my Twitter really quick, 'cause I did post like something like, "Hey, this is exactly what the sex club is doing to me." Let me see. I should have probably clicked my profile so I could scroll further. Yes, I should have.
Yeah, I pulled up the, I just went to go to the Status Quo channel.
Yeah, the Status Quo, there was the Reverend Sharpton one that was like, you know, talking about it's the Hamburglar shoplifters one. I can't see the screen right now. I'm kind of scrolling.
Okay, here's something about the Hamburglers, so I'll pull that up.
Yeah, that was such bullshit, because they're getting all these people to focus on all this petty shit, and it's just punching down bullshit is what it is. Man, I watch so much stuff, or not lately, but damn it, I can't find it. You know what? I think it was on the live stream.
So I saw this Morning Joe clip.
Oh yeah, that won't be up for a bit then if it was live earlier.
And the first person I thought of was you, because you kind of are a Twitter thread machine. You've written a lot about kind of the media has a selective coverage format where they seem to be very focused recently on the shoplifting surge, where they do not cover the more systemic shoplifting that goes on. I want to get to that, but first, if the audience hasn't seen, let's see what the hubbubaloo at Morning Joe.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I know what's going on, but I'm not following it that closely. That I know the day-to-day fucking straw man they're trying to make.
Was the other day.
It is true that people are just walking in and walking out with it.
No, there's no doubt about it. I mean, you go to a local pharmacy, Dwayne Reed or Rite Aid, any of them, and you've got to get someone to help assist you. I mean, they have the little button there.
Yep.
You hit the buzzer, and the guy comes over.
Press the button and wait for someone. Oh no.
Well, a lot of shit is locked up. A lot of stores keep certain items locked away.
Yeah.
You know, video games, anything electronics that's easy to pocket and steal, they're gonna.
I mean, is this the solution? Is this the issues of our time here? Like,
absolutely
not. You know, having to press a button and wait. Like, why are we even talking about this shit? It's such a waste of time. And on MSNBC, I guess they you know, they gotta fill the time somehow.
Absolutely, 24-hour fucking time to fill on there, and if it leads, it bleeds, and this is the missing plane.
And they never talk about like the struggles of the homeless. You know, like I'm never seeing any shit like that. It's always like these shoplifters and they deserve jail and punishment, and how dare the DA doesn't want to go after, you know, people for petty crimes. You know, like You'll see
one
eventually.
city.
It's in here.
In one city of a country of 330 million people, you're going to cherry pick one issue that's happening in one particular place.
Well, I mean, it's probably happening in a lot of cities, but it's just, it's such a petty issue. Like, why are we even talking about this? I mean, it's okay. Like, I know why we're playing it on the show.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Basic stuff.
As well.
What did I miss that we now have to lock up toothpaste?
Yeah, and I'm just curious, Rev, really quickly. I mean, Eric Adams said he's going to do his best to fix this. I'm just curious. I mean, he's got a governor who's saying, well, I don't know that we want to give the judges any power to make decisions on whether they've seen the same bad guy in front of them like 12 times in the past week. And then you've got a DA. I know you talked to the DA. The DA's going, oh, we don't want to punish anybody unless it's like really bad. You know, so, yeah, you can steal whatever you want to steal. And, yeah, we won't do any jail time. And then you've got, you know, then you've got a woke city council. I'm just curious, is Eric Adams?
I don't think it's a woke thing to say if somebody steals a tube of toothpaste, we're not going to try him. It's a waste of resources.
Yeah, it's a total waste of resources. But these guys are all like corporate shills, so you're stealing from the corporation. So how dare, you know, and it's a $2 tube of toothpaste, but those $2 add up to, you know, thousands of dollars in every state. And so we should spend even more money and resources prosecuting these people.
Well, how much does it cost to put someone in jail for a year? What's the cost to that private prison company to jail them? Let alone all the...
I mean, it's a lot more than that. Like, there's probation, and then they have probation fees, and, like, there's all sorts of shit, like, if they get you to take a deal.
Mm-hmm. And how are you going to pay that? If you can't afford the toothpaste, how the fuck are you going to afford these fees?
And I forget, but I'm pretty sure none of these motherfuckers, like, ever fucking, like, you know, hey, the quality of life is so crappy in America that people are so desperate that they're stealing fucking toothpaste. Like, none of that shit is mentioned. It's just strictly about punishment and punching down. And how dare these people steal from these fucking corporations that are making record-breaking profits. Like, you know, it is such, like, yeah, I can't believe this shit is even on, you know, MSNBC. Well, I mean, I guess I can. And it's sad that they're talking about it, and it's just such a waste of time. It's like there's so many bigger issues. They got a panel here of 5 motherfuckers.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it was Al Sharpton that has some revenants to him. Some power behind him. He's talking about toothpaste being stolen.
Adam's going to be able to do anything. Well, he's obviously surrounded by elected officials who want New York to remain chaotic.
Well, I think he's got a challenge there because there is
of toothpaste being stolen and other petty shit.
And it has to be locked up. You have to ask somebody for assistance to get toothpaste now.
Well, you make you make us do that to the tobacco fucking users, so now welcome to the fucking party.
Yep. I say fuck them. I think I got enough out of this video. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, there's all whatever you want to fucking click on, really. You know, it doesn't really matter.
Truth be told, I have a really short attention span.
There's
so
that
I
Amir
can move
Laki, the victim of the police shooting one that I just heard about on the status quo. I feel bad about that. You know, I mean, it happens so much in America.
Did you see that on here?
Yeah, yeah, right there.
Which one?
The one that looks like it has a couch in the middle.
In the middle. Oh, this one. The
one
Amir
more
lock.
over. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, that was sad, you know, and it happens, and a lot of these politicians, they don't even, like, you know, address the problems, like, with policing, you know. They're just like, we need more police. You see, the toothpaste is getting stolen. We need more cops. And it's like, no, I want it to have less cops, and that means lowering crime. And I said it earlier when you were running off to do something. And to lower crime, how do we do that? We make people less desperate. You know, right. And I mean, it's a simple, you know, thing, but they keep people desperate. They don't talk about the solutions. It's just training people to punch down. They may be aware of it, may not be aware of it. I don't really know what's going through their heads.
Well, in regards to this no-knock warrant thing, I've seen DJ Kurt had a good tweet about this, that guns are legal, and if someone's breaking into your house, you're perfectly following the law, and it's legal for you to shoot them.
Yeah.
Because someone's breaking into your property. But on the other side of this, that the cops can go with a no-knock warrant and break into your house, and if you have a gun, it's a threat to them, so they're going to shoot you. You can't have both ways. It's one or the other. Because when you have it both ways, like this is how people die.
Well, that both ways is like fair, or not having it both ways would be fair, you know. But they want to have it both ways because they're the law, jury and judge and executioner and all that shit. I imagine that's how most police are. There might be some good ones. I don't think I've ever met a good cop. But I do want to make them better. But they definitely need to be shamed, scolded, and called out when they fuck up. They just fucked up a couple months ago. There was that California story where there was this. I think she was an immigrant girl, like 11, 12, 13 years old or something like that, and she was the victim of the police. The police were trying to get this guy that was waving a bike lock around, and he was acting all crazy, and none of them ever wanted to take a risk to their own, they might get hit with the bike lock. Well, do I want to get hit with the bike lock, or do I want to shoot at this guy and maybe hit an innocent person and kill them? And they went with that other option, to shoot an innocent person and kill them, and there was no cops calling that shit out, from other precincts or states or towns. It was just oh, well, job well done, and they probably I didn't follow up on the story much, but I'm sure they got paid time off after a big fuck up.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That seems to be part of the course for it.
I am glad to have Georgia Fort. She is an independent journalist out of Minneapolis. Really impressive bio, so I'm going to read some of it here. Georgia Fort is Georgia Fort. Let me, if I can find it, is a two-time Emmy-nominated journalist. She was one of two journalists in the courtroom for the sentencing of Derek Chauvin. Her reporting has been published on CNN, ABC, NBC, Fox, and CBS. Her mission as a storyteller is to change the narrative by amplifying truth, citing diverse sources, and contextualizing social justice issues. Georgia, I really appreciate you.
We haven't gotten anywhere into this, and I have to pause because YouTube's going to freak if I don't pause this.
Oh, okay. You're good. You're good. Yeah, I mean, that journalist could do some journalism. I mean, on me.
Yeah, she's one of the rare few that has some prominence.
My bad.
You taking the time because I know you're all over the place covering the protests of Amir Locke's murder. I wanted to just ask from a basic level. Amir Locke, who was 22 years old, sleeping on a couch. It was a no-knock warrant that a SWAT team rammed through the door, kicked the couch that he was sleeping in. By my viewing the video, I mean, he was a legal gun owner, but I mean, it doesn't even look like he had time to even know what the hell was going on because it was early in the morning. This happened less than 2 years after George Floyd.
I had a really similar experience back in 2000 at my apartment. It was 7, 8 at night, so it was dark. It was the middle of winter. I'm just sitting in the living room watching TV, and behind me we had this sliding glass door, and then the blinds over that. So I'm sitting there and shit, and I think I was 18, 19 at the time, so I was able to buy a gun. So I had bought a gun, I don't know, a few months before that, and always left it at the door. Because it wasn't the greatest fucking neighborhood, and this was something I could do. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sitting there watching TV, and I hear the fucking sliding doors rattling and moving like someone's trying to break in. And this is on a patio, so there'd be, no other way that there's an animal there or somebody mistaken. Somebody's trying to fucking break in, and I had the lights off. So I fucking jump up, the heart's fucking pounding, adrenaline's fucking going, right? Grab the fucking shotgun, have it in my fucking hand, and fling open the blinds, and it's two fucking sheriffs. in their fucking sheriff uniforms trying to fucking break in the door. So luckily I was able to react fast enough not to fucking point the gun at them. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And they're like, well, dude, you need to open the door. I said, well, come around to the front door. They come around and shit, and they're still freaking. They have their guns out, and they're holding them, because I have a fucking shotgun in my hand. I open the door, and they're like, well, we have a warrant. I'm like, well, what the fuck are you trying to break in for if you have a warrant? They're like, well, is this such and such address? I'm like, no, it's not. Here's the address.
It wasn't even the right address?
No, it was like Unit 10, and I was Unit 10, but it was for a different street. And they're like, well, we have this warrant in your Unit 10, and it says, you know, we're here to arrest so-and-so. But we need to come in and make sure they're not here. I'm like, you're not fucking coming in. Are you fucking kidding me?
That warrant is for a different address. Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, and we had only lived there for like a few months at this point, so I hadn't updated my driver's license to have what the address is. So I have no proof to fucking show them that's the right address. And so they're demanding to come in. Right? And my girlfriend's in the back asleep, so I'm like, well, I gotta go wake her up. Like, you're not just gonna come in, look around. She's gonna fucking get spooked. You're in here, and I don't want you guys fucking shooting us.
Yeah.
It's this whole fucking hassle, though. And, you know, ultimately they end up coming in. Yeah. And, like, you know, we smoked weed and shit, so I have...
You would have maybe not walked away from that, because you would have been holding a gun. You know, and that gives them the reason to execute you, you know, like, even though guns are perfectly legal, and cops always, like when they're in uniform, like, they always have, like, bulletproof vests on, like, or nearly always, like, so you have protection, and you're just so scared. And what happened in this situation is, instead of kicking the couch, like, you had enough time to kick the couch.
Right.
You could have tackled the dude. Which still would have been shitty, but it's far less shittier than, like, fucking being executed. You know, like, what the fuck?
Right.
Like, he would be alive. He would be alive if you just kind of tackled him and held his hand down, you know, if he was trying to reach for his gun. You know, you could have subdued him pretty quickly, like, if you're just fucking kicking shit. All right, but, you know, instead, you know, oh, the dude has a totally legal product and everything, and it's totally reasonable that he's thinking that fucking people are breaking into his place. I mean, that when someone's trying to access my door, that would be my fucking first thought, or window or something. Somebody's fucking around with some shit to get into my fucking place. That someone's trying to break in.
Well, that's why I said you can't have it both ways. You can't have it that it's legal for us to have guns and shoot an intruder, but it's also legal for the cops to be a fucking intruder and come in and shoot you because their life is now in danger. So I would argue the solution to this is not have no knock warrants. Announce yourself.
Well, don't have them as often. Like, we're going too crazy with these no knock warrants, especially over drugs. And a lot of these cases, you could just wait. You could just wait for the suspect to leave and catch him when he's going to 7-Eleven or McDonald's or something. You know, there's no need to fucking enter his place.
Not unless you've been there a dozen times.
Or his family, you know, there's no need for any of that shit. You just fucking play the longer game, be patient. You know, patience is a virtue, is what I'm told, you know, at times. Right. You know, and just, you know, get your guy that way, and then everybody lives. But people like being lazy, I guess, you know, and the lazy thing to do is just to break someone's door down, and then if they have any sort of reasonable reaction, I guess they could be executed too.
Yeah.
It's happened, I believe, less than a year after Dante Wright. Can you kind of talk about this? I mean, I guess it's a basic thing, but it just seems like it's deja vu over and over and over in Minneapolis, and we're getting lip service, in my view.
I'm surprised that happened in Minneapolis. I thought they had really corrected shit there, or at least tried to change this.
Corrected shit.
Nothing's changed.
From the mayor, the police chief, and the usual suspects.
Yeah, well, first of all, Jordan, thanks so much for having me. It has been a very tense time here in Minneapolis over the last week. Tomorrow will actually mark 7 days since Amir Locke was fatally shot. And we've seen thousands of people out in the streets protesting, demanding that Officer Mark Hanneman be terminated from his position.
I was wondering if the protests were starting.
Be jailed, motherfucker. Should be charged for, like, murder.
Is he still on the force, or has he been placed on
Yeah,
leave,
that
at
sounds
least.
that way because she's just like, there's thousands of protesters out there that are demanding his, him be fired. And it's like, he's not even going to get fired if it gets to that. It will be like a resignation so he could keep all his fucking benefits,
He'll
which is
still have
probably
his
like
pension.
close to 10 grand a month pension.
Yep. Yeah. Like, they're not even doing the bare basics of some kind of justice for this.
No, I mean, it's just standard at this point. Like, just like school shootings in America. It's just like, oh, well, it's another school shooting, another day in America. Let's all move on with our lives and not, think of any solutions. In fact, the solutions we will think of, it's going to just, like, how about we just, make bulletproof backpacks and little areas around the school for kids to hide instead of, addressing guns in any way, shape, or form.
No, we're going to arm the
adults
teachers.
should be more responsible with them, and there should be more restrictions on it. Definitely, and limiting the amount of guns, like the types of guns, like I think we talked about it last time too. Is shotguns, rifles, and pistols. Is pretty much it. You shouldn't be allowed anything else. If we do allow other stuff, like then it will be available at a gun range. Where it would be regulated there, and they would need to go through the proper channels to allow, like a machine gun, for people to just fuck around with. But you got to go to a gun range to fuck around with some machine gun or some shit, I
like to play putt-putt golf, but I don't have a putt-putt golf course in my house. But, you can go somewhere and fire that automatic machine gun. But you don't need it in your house. Go have fun.
Shit.
It's there.
I'm for allowing people, like we should, let people, fucking use some tanks, and not like use the tank itself, but
go somewhere
like
to drive a
gun.
Go-kart. Go somewhere and drive a tank.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do that and make these gun ranges a little bit more exciting and everything, and I think that's a nice line, to make, but just either that or get rid of the Second Amendment or remake the Second Amendment, and revoke and remake one. I don't know. But the Second Amendment, the way that it's interpreted now, it's just like pretty much like anything goes. But we do make limits on like bazookas and fucking like nukes and everything. So we already have limits.
There are. But
they're like, no, bump stocks and all that automatic shit, semi-automatic, let's keep all that shit. And it's like, no, fuck you.
No, the Second Amendment doesn't work. It wasn't ever envisioned the weapons we would have when it was written.
Yeah.
It needs to be modernized. It needs to be brought up to code.
Well, living by the rules written by men long since dead makes sense or something, right? Instead of making our own rules, let's just listen to what they did a few hundred years ago and not make our own shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
In addition to that, the way that the interim police chief, Amelia Huffman, and Mayor Fry have handled this police killing, now communities demanding that they either be terminated or resign from their positions as well. And so the big question here, because we are in the center or what was the epicenter for police accountability following the murder of George Floyd. The question everybody is asking is what's changed? At a moment when the entire world was watching, we know that there were international protests that happened after George Floyd was killed, and the world was looking to Minneapolis for two things: one, fundamental change, and then two, a blueprint for a way forward with policing that would produce more equitable outcomes.
It was all smoke and mirrors. Nothing changed.
Yeah, nothing did change. It was smoke and mirrors. Like, look, we did something, guys. All right, now shut the fuck up. And here we are, with another case, and it's just going to be the same shit, smoke and mirrors, and nothing's really going to change. Maybe there'll be some accountability, and
highly unlikely.
It'll just be one person, and none of the other cops will fucking be like, look, what he did was wrong. They'll just keep their mouths shut, and and just same shit going on. Just different day. Same shitty pile, or a different shitty day, same shitty pile, or something like that.
And it appears that you look at not only Amir Locke, but Winston Smith, which didn't make national headlines. He was killed after Derek Chauvin was sentenced, but before Kim Potter's trial happened. And so you have Winston Smith and you have Amir Locke and all of the other names that most people don't know. Why does this keep happening? And what is being done from political leaders, from those at the police department? What is being done to prevent this from happening again? And we have not gotten a serious answer to that question. And even the answers we have gotten have proven to not be true because it keeps happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Nothing's going to change.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, and not that it's going to be a complete solution, but I think maybe starting a federal program, like a new maybe federal agency. I don't know all the details on it yet. I just have a general idea. But testing the cops out with scenarios, or maybe, we'll hire, some African Americans or Hispanics and everything to drive around white neighborhoods. They'll be federal officers, but they'll be undercover, and they'll be like hitting cameras around the car. And if they're done wrong by the police, the police should be held accountable. It's kind of similar to what the police do with checking alcohol sales and cigarette sales amongst store employees and shit at all sorts of stores across the U.S. You just, and maybe we will design a fake call. Be like, look, my husband beat me, and just see how, they respond to these things, and test the cops. And then the cops, there'll be consequences, if they fuck up. If they execute somebody and they're a fucking federal officer checking them out, testing them out, I really hope there would be consequences. And the people that would be part of this program testing out the cops, they would have, there would be that understanding that, the worst thing could possibly happen, and, amongst one of these tests, and their family should be well compensated, or their lovers, or whoever they are, have a good program, like a death and like a life insurance. If you get executed by one of these fucking asshole cops across the country, we're going to hook you up, or your family, or your lover, or your friend. Really, broaden that, But yeah, I think that would be a good solution. Having an agency just testing cops in general, and making sure they're just responding appropriately. And these officers, these special officers, they won't be doing anything particularly illegal. They won't have like a bomb strapped to their chest. They'll just be like some black guy driving in a vehicle in a mostly white neighborhood and see what happens. And if he gets harassed, then we should spank that police officer and maybe that department, and just do that across the board everywhere. And maybe that's a solution, I think, to some of the problems, maybe most of them or some of them, but I think it's a solution, somewhere in there, for something, What do you think about that?
It sounds like the very basics of what there should be, that there needs to be training and there needs to be checks and balances put in place.
Holding people accountable, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested in this story here to see, because I thought all the most of the union ideas with Amazon was well washed down the drain and done with now. But good for them if they're trying to still unionize these jobs.
We've obtained a barrage of Amazon's anti-union signs that they've put all over the warehouse. They stopped for a while. Now they're putting them back up conveniently after the workers have.
How can a union guarantee benefits will improve? How can a union guarantee my pay will increase? What the fuck? You don't have any guarantee for your pay increase now. Nothing's going to change there. How much will my due fees be? That should be set out in the entire contract that you're doing for the union, and the union is representing the employees and led by the employees. So how much is it going to be? Well, it's going to be an agreed upon amount that you're going to be involved in the process.
And that last question, it's like, how many times has the ACLU negotiated on behalf of others? Like, is this like well-known information and everything? And what does that have to do with anything? Like, I mean, maybe they're just starting out with the union shit. And I'm not saying that is the case, but what if they are? They're just, I mean, these questions are definitely loaded.
It's completely loaded, and it also begs the question of what the fuck rights do you have now working for Amazon? You have nothing.
Yeah.
You're at the mercy of working for them at their pleasure. They can fire you at any fucking time.
That would be a good sticker to get copies of, and to like put a sticker over it. You know, like you know, what rights do you have now working for Amazon with no union? Question mark.
Yeah. But unfortunately, somebody will read this as they walk by on their lunch break or clocking in and out, and they're going to go, yeah, goddamn union's just going to cost me fucking $3 an hour to pay for this shit I'm never going to use. But there's no honest answer. There's no pushback on this, because if you do dare push back, you're probably going to get fucking shit canned and get the hell out of there.
Well, the dues might be like $50 a month or some shit like that, or $50 a paycheck. But the benefits that they'll be getting, you know, as working as a collective, you know, would outweigh that $50 or whatever small fee that there is. And there are shitty unions out there that don't really fight for the employees. Right. You know, but I think most of the time, most unions do get it somewhat right.
Well, that $50 is going to be based upon what it costs per employee to have insurance, this union, a union hall, a union president. Like, it's not just $50 pulled out of the ass that's going to some fat cat. You're agreeing on this amount. This amount is due for something. It's a due that you're paying. What are you getting out of it?
Yeah.
And it's not nothing. The answer is not nothing.
Better working conditions. You know, actually, like the hours that you want to work, because a lot of these companies, they'll just hire people part-time. And it's like, no, I need to get like 36 hours at least. You know, and they're like, no, that's too close to overtime. We can't do that.
They'll work at 35 and a half hours. They'll push you right to the fucking limit, so you're still part-time. Or next week you might work over part-time. But they're going to keep you at part-time, so you're not going to get what's entitled to you.
You know, I hate Amazon so much. I stopped shopping on Amazon, although I bought 2 things last year on Amazon. One was for my cats that I just needed to have shipped to me really quick. And then I couldn't find an umbrella, you know, for the price that I could afford anywhere else. And I found this really cool cane umbrella that Amazon had. And I was like, damn it. You know, but like I normally like do dozens and dozens of purchases throughout the year. And I only did 2 purchases last year. And I tried to avoid it. Although I did buy some shit on eBay. I bought some LED lights, and it was fulfilled through Amazon Prime.
Oh, Jesus.
And I was so upset. I was like, it got delivered to my fucking house on Sunday. And I'm like, man, I don't want no driver fucking peeing in a bottle or shitting in a bag or both. Fucking, you know, delivering my shit. This is like, and I mentioned it to eBay. I don't know if anything happened to the seller, but it's like that shit shouldn't be allowed. Like, you're fulfilling through Amazon Prime. And that means that it was probably like for sale for $4 on Amazon Prime, but I bought it for $8 on eBay, and they were able to still make some money, you know. And it was just, I was really annoyed with that shit, you know. I guess I did make a purchase, a third purchase last year, but I totally bought it off of Amazon, and then it was fulfilled through, or I bought it off of eBay, and then it was fulfilled through Amazon Prime, and I'm like, fuck you. I'm never shopping at your fucking eBay again.
No, not that seller.
Some momentum after they've
seller.
been awarded that they could hold an election. So we got this, I put it out this morning on our Twitter, at Status Coup. Just
that's what you were talking about. They need stickers of this to fucking plaster over.
You know,
I mean, you could live without Amazon. You could get everything. Like, you could go to, and Walmart sucks, but you could go to Walmart.com because you're trying to make a point to Amazon. You know, like, everybody could just stop shopping at Amazon. There's very few things that, you know, Amazon uniquely has. Like that cat shit that I bought, I could have bought it, you know, and got it a little bit later. The umbrella was unique to Amazon, and the LEDs are not unique to Amazon, the 3 purchases I did last year. So, like, 1/3 of the purchases was unique, but the number is probably way lower than that. And just avoid Amazon. I mean, I think if people could collectively avoid Amazon, and we could, like, hey, until you start treating your employees better, we're going to shop at all these other places and go fuck yourselves. You know, and then they'll be like, oh, well, I guess we should treat our employees better because we're losing out on lots of money. That's the only way to fuck with these people, is to fuck with their money.
Now, the ALU, which is Amazon Labor Union, may make a lot of promises, in quotation, but it's important to ask how they plan to achieve them. How could a union guarantee my benefits will improve? How could a union guarantee my pay will increase? How much will dues be? How many times has the ALU negotiated on behalf of others? So that's just one of the anti-union
You know,
signs.
will the ACLU help your grandma out when she gets sick? Question mark. You know?
A union and the reality of dues. A union is a business, and every business needs money. So that's a common propaganda tool, calling the union a business. Dues are typically mandatory in New York. Ask the ALU about dues, get the facts. Let's start with your impressions of the messaging they're putting out there, because the fact of the matter is, I've been to this warehouse a lot. These are a lot of younger workers. I mean, I see the...
Yeah, it's people that are very easy to manipulate.
Oh, yeah, sadly, yeah. They get the naive ones, and they're like, no, I was raised to believe in this system, and I still believe in it, and they're working... There's fewer older employees there, you know, and those older employees are a bit disillusioned, but they got family, and they have to provide, so they just kind of tough it out. These younger ones come in, and they're like, yeah, I'll work for, you know, the lowest wage that you'll give me, because that's capitalism. You know, and definitely as few benefits as possible, and yeah, they're just conditioned, and it's almost like the Borg in a sense.
Yeah,
they assimilate people and assimilate into their mindset, and make them think that they're being independent with their thoughts when they're really just being fed propaganda unknowingly. You know, and they just don't know any better, and they don't have the critical thinking skills to kind of discern. You know, maybe 10 years from now they will, but right now, you know, this 22-year-old doesn't, you know, have that ability yet.
The workers that come off that bus, I don't have, you know, statistics, but they look 18 to 25, 18 to 26. Sure, there's older workers sprinkled in, but it's a lot of younger workers. And when you're being bombarded all day with propaganda, it's a powerful thing, because they might not be well versed on unions or their rights or those kind of things.
So first, to the Amazon labor union in Staten Island, you know, it's quite a coup for them to get the 30, 40%, 50% of signatures needed to get the NLRB to give a green light to hold an election.
Yeah, I was mentioning that earlier, like, because this guy's about to talk about, like, how the turnover rate is just so high at Amazon that they're having a hard time, you know, getting these signatures. And I think those signatures should still be valid. It's like, yeah, you worked at this place and it treated you like crap. Do you think it should have a union? And if you recently worked for them, then fuck yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of surprised they're able to get 33%, enough votes to actually fucking bring up a union.
No, I think they're having problems with it. I mean, I think some Amazon, like, you know, every town and state is different. I think there has been some successes, but there have been a lot more failures than successes because of conditioning bullshit like this and the propaganda and how dare the union is out to get you. It's not like, you know, good, loving, caring Amazon. You know, the union is bad and evil, and it's just a business itself. You know, it doesn't really do anything for you, you know, and how many times do they fight? And they just ask, you know, does the ACLU even fucking jerk you off like we do? See, we jerk you off here at Amazon, but the ACLU don't jerk you off, so you should go with Amazon. You know, it's like, it's so messed up.
Election. That's very hard to do, and they did that. And you know, hats off to them for accomplishing that. And Amazon, of course, is being its old, aggressively anti-union self. You showed two posters, Jordan. One I thought was, asking the smart questions and in ways fair questions, somewhat unfair too, about, what can the union do for you? The union can't guarantee you raises. And if the union says, we're going to get you raises of 10%, 20%, that's not true. And that, and they'll be accused of unfair labor practices by promising something that they can't give. So management smartly will often say, can they promise you wage increases? And the Amazon Labor Union, this is the first, it's a new union, less than a year old. This is the first place they're trying to organize. And it's a legitimate question when you say, have they ever negotiated a contract? And this is a big problem for any first-time union, when you try to negotiate and you don't get anywhere and you threaten to go on strike, you don't have a strike fund the way the Teamsters have a strike fund, the United Steelworkers have a strike fund, or the service employees have a strike fund. So
that's definitely a real turnoff, that you're not going to want to go on a strike to actually achieve something if you don't have a fund for it. But
yeah,
the more of Amazon that is unionized, the less likely Amazon's going to let it get to the point that they're going to strike, because the entire fucking system's going to shut down if they strike.
Yeah, that you'll give the union the power, and the workers the power to strike, and be like, look, you're not going to make any money, unless you're fucking, meeting our demands.
Mm-hmm. It hurts the beast.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest crime in America, apparently.
So that makes it harder. And as much as I admire Christian Smalls, the head of the Amazon Labor Union, who's so courageous and very smart, he does have that. I thought he'd link up with another union because he will need some financial backing, I thought, now and also if and when they win, just to pay for lawyers and stuff. Now, the second poster, and I tweeted about this earlier today, this is the typical traditional anti-union dishonest BS. And I write about this in my book. Walmart also says, a union is a business. They just want their dues. And in my book, I quote, one of the nation's foremost labor experts, Tom Koken at MIT. And Tom says, basically, he's more polite. He says, that's just not true. Unions are entities, they're institutions, they're groups of workers that are formed not to make money like a business. They're formed to improve wages and benefits and safety and pensions and health. And, like the Girl Scouts, they need money to function. So.
Shame that doesn't fit on a poster.
Well, sadly, did I tell you, last time? I might remember mentioning it to someone. It might have been T-Rex, but I was at Walmart the other day and I saw the Girl Scouts were there, and they wanted me to buy, some cookies, but I just tossed them like $10.
Yeah.
And either to the guardian or parents of those kids, I don't know what they called the troop leaders in the Girl Scouts. But there was an adult there and two kids, and I was like, look, here's $10, and I know it's not a lot, but get them some ice cream or take them out to a movie or anything, and I remember mentioning just because, there's people at the top that are mostly men that are, siphoning all this hard work that you guys are, actually doing and not really getting much from.
Girl Scouts sell cookies. Unions, charge dues because you need professional negotiators. You need to pay for lawyers if someone's fired improperly. A union with 10,000 members probably needs a union president, and maybe that person has to be full-time and you have to pay that person a salary. So you have dues. So, one of the crazy things that Amazon's suggesting is, well, unions should have dues, so they should be able to even have smart lawyers or smart negotiators or smart researchers that dig up dirt on the things that corporate executives are doing wrong, or the way corporations break the law on safety. And in saying that unions shouldn't pay dues, they're trying to turn workers unfairly against a union, and workers don't understand that, you might have to pay $400 or $500 worth of dues a year, but the union might result in $3,000 worth of raises a year, health benefits that are worth another $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a year than non-union benefits. And
that's the great part to having such a large collective, is if you're only paying $400 a year, because you have so many people that aren't using those benefits, either going on strike and having to hire the lawyers or using the healthcare portion of those dues, you have such a large pot that's in.
Yeah. And
they're able to not charge.
You have a little bit of power, sadly, because money is power in most of the world.
Mm-hmm. But if you're only paying $400 a year, but you're getting an extra $3,000 because you're a part of that union, it's simple math.
Yeah,
it's obviously
and people
better
don't
for
like
you.
to think of it like that, and we need to, point that shit out. I know Bernie was doing that with his taxes, with the Medicare for All that he was suggesting, and he's like, yes, your taxes might go up, but you're not going to have those premiums no more, and you're not going to have a prescription, to pay for your prescriptions and all that shit. So you're going to save a ton of money, which is a lot more than any sort of increase that you would, experience.
Absolutely.
And I think people accepted that. You just got to explain it to people. People, like people could be stupid as fuck, and we often are, but we're not always, stupid. And if you shoot it to people straight and explain it to them, somewhat, simply, then, just like Bernie got a ton of support, but that they shipped him, because it's about rigging the options on a ballot, and that's a whole nother discussion, but I just touching on that.
Well, in 2010, when Obamacare was going through, or the website's open, so you could go on and for your state you're in, see what the options were for healthcare. The union I was in at the time was $55 a month, and that covered everything outside that wasn't covered by the provincial health plan here. So your dental, your eyeglasses, your medication.
So it's about $600 a year.
Yeah. So I looked up on the Obamacare website. It was for the same benefits I was receiving for $55 a month for the union. It was $1,200 a month for relatively the same package. But that didn't include copays or deductibles.
Oh.
So $1,145 more a month than what I was paying in union dues. So by no means was Obamacare a great fucking answer to this, because you're paying a private insurance company. But
Yeah,
I just want to point out,
like every system can be corrupted, just like these unions. There might be some dude that's like, hey, I got this lover or relative or friend that I grew up with, and I want to give him some sort of bullshit job. That was one thing that, if you ever want to jump to Jimmy Dore's channel, he was ripping on the Girl Scouts. It was probably from like 4 or 5 days ago, so it won't be near the top. You might need to scroll a little bit.
Okay.
But you can probably just search Girl Scouts, and there'll be a recent one that comes up. But he was like mentioning all these fucking goofy ass job names, and it's like, oh my god, like that's obviously some nepotism going on right there, and they're getting like $160,000 a year as a salary just because the people they know, and it's so wrong. To say the least
Stuff
about it.
over at CNN. This is how their brains work. I'm not making this up. This is called the good stuff.
Is this the Girl Scout one?
yeah. CNN runs Feel Good Story about homeless Girl Scouts.
Oh yeah. Dude, I totally forgot it. Yeah, they're homeless at these fucking shelters, and they're selling cookies, and I mean, oh my god. Okay, I'll let you continue.
A brand of Girl Scout cookie.
Yeah.
I need some good stuffs and some mini thins.
Hey, could you go rummage through the stories about poor people and see if you can come up with a feel good, something that makes me feel better? Okay, let's see what we got. Hey, did you know that a troop made up of homeless girls?
The good stuff.
Yeah.
The homeless girls selling homeless Girl Scouts selling cookies. Yay, that feel-good story or something.
Missing the entire point of this.
Oh, man, that's depressing.
Is on a mission to sell Girl Scout cookies in all 50 states. They're homeless, but they get to work as free sales reps
Fuck yeah, that's capitalism, baby. You don't you pay the people the least, and who could you pay the least? Girl Scouts, I guess. Like it's not like females matter or something. Like
Only in America.
damn, I can't believe this is like a feel good story. Like
yeah,
fucking CNN, man. Oh my god, just like it's like we live in the Twilight Zone. Like, is it just me or like it feels like I live in some weird reality?
No, this is exactly like I said earlier with George W. Bush saying, hey, that's fucking fantastic. You have the opportunity to have 3 jobs.
People have the right to be lazy, is the thing. Like here, like we're taught that being lazy is something bad and evil, and people have the right to be fucking lazy. And I think that should be maybe mentioned a little bit more. And some of the laziest motherfuckers I see are the fucking richest motherfuckers I see. Keep in mind. Very few people, like if you're a hard worker, you're probably poor as shit. And if you're a lazy piece of shit, that was, you won the lottery berth, then you're probably a lazy piece of shit and you have all this wealth. Just like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, I guess there was a time in his life, maybe, like he worked really hard, but it ain't now. He ain't working hard now, but he's still making a ton of money.
Isn't that great? They get to work as free sell. I wonder if they're going to give them apartments while they're selling. No? Will the Girl Scout Corporation give them apartments while they're selling their fucking product for them?
I mean,
I don't think so.
Or like an RV, like a 36-footer for 5 or 6 of them. You could probably buy a few. Just a suggestion, Girl Scouts.
This is a perfect example of like a union. If the homeless girls are selling the cookies for themselves to have money to put into a collective instead of this money going to a fucking company, right? They could actually better their lives.
What is the Girl Scouts? Is this like a non-profit, or I don't even know the details on the is it a corporation?
My understanding is it's a non-profit because it has a lot of religious ties in it and its ideology. But even though it's non-profit, there's still people that have to work for that non-profit. So there's plenty of paid employees. Now,
you could try speeding it up to like 1 1/4.
Okay.
I think people can handle that shit.
Yeah. Hopefully that stays that way too for each clip.
And we're going to tell you how much money the Girl Scout organization is making and how much money gets funneled right up to the pockets of the people running it. How much do you think they're making? The answer just may surprise you. Or will it?
No.
Okay, so here's the feel-good story. First of all, this is a feel-good story. Who wrote this feel-good story? Hans Christian Andersen? This is like if the Little Matchbook Girl was promoted as a feel-good story. That's what this is.
He used to do stand-up comedy, didn't he?
Oh, he still does. I saw him, I think it was 2013, it might have been 2012, at Zany's in Rosemont, Illinois.
Okay.
I'm just trying to say that I probably touched Jimmy Dore before any of you motherfuckers.
No, you can tell like with his cadence and stuff, he's really polished and has jokes and all. So it's just I remember he used to do the stand-up. So.
And then the little homeless girl selling matches in the snow died of cold. But you should have seen her sense of pride at hitting her weekly sales goals.
Oh, well, she was a proud poor worker. That's what we like to breed in America.
Yep.
One troop of Girl Scouts in Iowa was given the goal of selling more than 1,000 boxes of cookies. The girls put on their signature sashes and got to work, flexing their entrepreneurial skills.
They don't see any of that money.
That makes me feel good. They're flexing their entrepreneurial skills, they're living in a shelter and everything, or in a vehicle on the side of the road, but whatever. They feel pride.
That's maybe about 10 grand there that they pull in. If it's about 10 bucks a box.
No, the boxes, they're like $4 a box. That's like, oh yeah.
Okay, so we'll say like 5 grand, and then after costs for that, their Girl Scout Corporation is pulling in 2,000 off that. But this troop, this group of girls selling this, they're not going to see any of this money. It doesn't necessarily even help their troop, their outfit, because it goes into the collective of the company.
Yeah,
so it's toyless work that you're not going to see any benefit from.
Well, I mean, they feel pride. They feel pride, you know. So isn't that enough?
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe that might help if you're homeless and your life fucking sucks. Maybe for a few hours here.
But you're a proud hard worker, so you know, like you might be living in the gutters, but you know, you can be proud, you know, that you're a hard worker. That you know,
clean yourself up.
If you
put
work
your
hard, you
sash
climb
on.
to the top, right? You know, so just keep working.
What were they going to do? Stay home?
Yeah, they can't stay home, I guess. Here we go. This is great.
Well,
right?
see, that frees up,
February.
Dude. See, they're homeless, and that frees up their time even more to fucking sell for the Girl Scouts Corporation or whatever, the nonprofit.
They can't sit at home on their couch and watch TV or play a game because
none
they
of
don't
that
have
bullshit.
one.
None of that. You don't want them being lazy. They don't deserve to play Mario Brothers. What the fuck?
Yep.
You know, they should be selling fucking door to door. You know, these cookies and shit. You know, come on.
26th. The girls in Troop 64224 of Council Bluffs, Iowa. Can you imagine being homeless in a place called Council Bluffs, Iowa? That even in a place like Council Bluffs, Iowa, they haven't figured out a system to give homes to children? Even in a place at Council Bluffs, Iowa, some kids don't get homes. What? Nice system, huh? The girls of Troop 64224 of Council Bluffs, Iowa, have sold over 5,000 boxes of cookies, shattering its sales goal for the 2021 cookie selling season. And it's all in spite of one large obstacle. The girls in the troop live in an emergency homeless shelter known as Micah House.
Oh, I'm sure that's a great
depressing.
place to fucking, you know, live too. You know, that's what they do in Colorado Springs a lot. Is they always reference this one shitty shelter, the Springs Rescue Mission, and I'm sure it's helped out some people, but there's other, you know, people don't always like these particular shelters, you know, but it's like the only game in town, so they're like, that's the only option. Or other than that, it's like staying out in your vehicle or on the side of the road somewhere, or maybe like in some wooded area. And I'm sure there's plenty of local ordinances where, you know, that it's geared towards punishing homeless people. But, you know,
That's
I
depressing
don't
as
know the
fuck for
conditions
adults.
specifically of Micah House at all, but I'm sure it's similar to shelters out here in Colorado Springs.
And that's a depressing life enough for adults, but let alone for children. That's a really shitty way to have to grow up.
It's hard. You can really see the sense of pride in their sash and the sense of belonging to something so respected. And that's how we get their free homeless labor, ladies and gentlemen. Kind of like why children make great combat infantry. They literally don't know any better. Isn't that great?
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, like with the army thing, that was a nice little jab there.
Yeah, because that's exactly what they fucking do. So it is a good point.
They almost got me on the army bandwagon when I was young.
Yeah, same. I thought it was a fucking respected, great career and path of life to go to be in the Marines. And it was right before all the shit in 2001 that I was looking to join.
If one of my army buddies or, you know, anybody that I was in the army with was out of line, I probably would have said something. And looking at kind of like the history of people in the army and like maybe whistleblowers, I probably would have been done wrong, maybe even executed.
Yeah. I gotta get up for a second, but I can still pause this, and feel free to talk. I can pause it.
I can pause it? What?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was saying I gotta get up for a second, but I can still pause this, and I got my wireless mic. So if you see me disappear for a second, I'm still here.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah, he's going to get to the names, I think, soon, like a third of the way through, or the names of the people at the Girl Scouts and their goofy job titles.
think that was for the next slide.
Is it for this one?
Yeah.
For this one? Oh, you son of a bitch! You misnumbered it.
No, it's slide.
It says slide 3. Do you know it's actually slide 5?
Because you have the title as slide 1 on my thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've got to start counting titles better.
Yeah.
We've got to get on the same page, literally, not figuratively, literally. All right, that's why we're getting you that computer. Now, no more fucking excuses.
Give me an abacus for counting slides. Am I right?
Well, that joke will make sense in a second. Here we go. You can really see when they've got their... Oh, this would have been so much funnier. You can really see when they've got their sasha or their vest on. There's a sense of pride and in something that is so respected. Beth Shelton, CEO of Girl Scouts of Greater Iowa, said, "That's always sacred and important for kids, but I think particularly during this pandemic." Okay, now let's see if these jokes work.
Well, gets them
You
out
can
of the
really
house,
see the sense of
socialize
pride
a
in their
little
sash
bit.
and the sense of belonging to something so respected.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like maybe the only one thing they could say is it improves their shitty life. But fuck you.
But like, there's some introverts out there that don't like socializing, or when they do socialize, they fucking like they get drained. You know, like there's sometimes, you know, and it's not like because I'm faking anything, and I'm like faking my personality, because that could be one way of interpreting it. But I just get like drained, and like it's like, man, I think I talked enough, and I gotta go. And I do that to T-Rex, and I did that, I think, with you last time. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm a little tapped out right now. I'm not I'm not saying I'm feeling like that right now, but I get my social battery kind of gets drained, you know.
Sure.
And I would say most people are kind of extroverted,
labor.
so that like socializing, you know, going to do your Girl Scout thing and socializing is probably a good thing in most cases, but there's some people that just want to be left alone, even though they're in part of, you know, Girl Scouts. You know, we should probably respect that shit too, you know.
Yeah, but to say like they're benefiting from this.
Yes, that is. We could technically say that, you know, we could technically say they're you know, it is a benefit, but they're fucking homeless. Like, oh my god, like I can't believe I forgot that that fucking angle of it. I'm so disappointed with so much, and this is no different.
Nope.
The Girl Scouts story here is just yeah, it is really bumming, but you should continue, at least try to find that. He's going to get to the names, I think, soon, and those goofy ass job titles, so I'll shut the fuck up now.
Kind of like the way children make great combat infantry. They literally don't know any better. I think it's funnier the second time. Oh boy, you should see the pride on these homeless girls' faces, knowing that their entrepreneurial spirit ensures the bloated salaries of upper management. You think I'm kidding when I say bloated salaries? You just effing wait till I get to the end of this. I'm going to tell you what they make. But there is one sad part of this feel-good story. The bloated salary of the female CEO is probably only 3/4 the bloated salary of the CEO of the Boy Scouts.
Oh, great.
Okay.
It's even worse.
So now these slides are all off. I don't know what this number corresponds to.
I guess it's 6. Just add 2 to each number.
So that was 5, and you had it as 3.
Yeah, because I didn't start counting until I saw stuff on the...
Right, okay.
I didn't go from the blank slides.
I'm sorry. They also met another goal of selling to customers in all 50 states. They didn't have a goal of getting the homeless girls homes, but they did have a sales quota to meet while they were homeless.
That's so fucked up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're not getting any from this. Like if 100% of the proceeds was going them to help better them, the Girl Scouts giving nothing back.
You know what? I just thought of a good idea. You know, we should make the homeless scouts. And it's not going to be teaching kids how to fucking tie knots and make campfires, but like help out the homeless will be the main like goal. I mean, whether that's your family or your neighbors or some strangers, you know, and maybe producing shit like the Girl Scout cookies, but we could do the homeless Scout cookies. and all the proceeds should really, it should actually be a nonprofit, and there shouldn't be these lavish positions. Like, he's going to get into some like fucked up shit. Like, they're not even living in New York, even though the headquarters of the Girl Scouts is in New York. These people fly in first class. They have all these expenses paid for them and these crazy salaries. And it's like look, you should at least live there, like in New York City, and commute, to and from. You live outside the city, sure. But I think some of these people live in Texas, and they fly, and they have all their expenses paid, and it's just so insane. It's such a waste. It's such a waste. It's like you could be more efficient with that money, but you're just you at least at the top, it's become corrupt.
Yeah, and this is on the back of child labor.
Oh, yeah, on the back of child labor, nonetheless. That's a good point. Yeah, that's so fucked up. It's there's like so many layers of fucked upness to it. This is crazy, man.
It really is.
This is not made. This is the good stuff. This is the good stuff. How much more? I'm gonna get a cavity. This is so good. Oh my god. They have goal of selling to. Oh wait. So let's see if this. It's really great because it shows these little homeless girls what you can achieve with 60% profit margins, restrictive return policies, and the benefit of not having to hire any salespeople.
We're going to hit all 50 states.
They're going to hit all 50 states without having to hire any salespeople. Okay.
Well,
even amid the COVID-19 pandemic, no challenge has proved too big.
They didn't need to hire salespeople. They got these children. Yay. I'm being sarcastic.
Big for the troop, in fact. The push to online sales has been a boon for the troop. Terillian said moving sales primarily online because of the virus helped get the word out for cookie sales. It's amazing the hustle these homeless kids have, isn't it? Not like these entitled home child labor you hear about with their $1 a day demands, right? Come on. Members of the community and beyond have been able to order cookies online and pick them up or have them delivered, helping Troop 64224 reach its goal of selling cookies nationwide.
They're seeing nothing from that. They get no benefit. That's fucking fantastic. More money for the corporation.
Well, they probably had some good conversations, though, while selling those cookies. Come on now.
Yeah,
you're all looking at the negative, man. You gotta look at the positive. These little girls are developing these social skills.
They get to wear their little sash and learn to tie
and
pretty
feel
bows
pride.
And pride, yes.
Pride. Jesus H.
One more slide before the joke.
Having everything on social media this year is completely different, especially for the girls. Terillian with Micah House said, really? Having everything online is different for the girls because they live in a shelter with not that much access to computers like a home child, but they make it work. The troop size fluctuates depending on the number of families living at the shelter. The young girls ranging in ages from 5 to 8 years old are not only thrilled about being Girl Scouts, but surpassing their goals is something the troop really takes pride in. Okay, is this... Can I go one more, Kurt, before I do this joke?
It's the one after this one that says, it's slide 8. Is on
These scouts are described as not only enthusiastic, but entrepreneurial. With about a month left to go on cookie season, this troop will keep selling. Like any smart businesswoman, they're going to take a look at those goals. They're going to be taking a look at those goals and reassessing, Shelton said. They've got it figured out. And we expect this year the homeless fluctuations to be way the fuck up. So we should do some big...
Oh, fuck. Yeah, more free employees.
Jimmy fucking is vicious with his comedies sometimes, but rightfully so. Like they definitely, the leadership of the Girl Scouts need a microscope or a telescope up their ass.
Me too.
And the other joke comes out with sorry.
Micah House's Girl Scout. I jumped it again, didn't I?
Yeah. Well, it's just one joke before that. Sorry.
Fucking Christ, Jimmy Dore. I can run a better show than this. Get your shit
yeah,
together.
he was having a hard time here.
9.
Okay. I should have did 9 when?
just now before this slide.
You had it inverted. So you're trying to make me look like an idiot today, Kurt.
No. It corresponds to the last slide.
Poor Jimmy Dore. Gotta label your shit, man. You gotta know what fucking slide you're on.
If you go to the last slide, it corresponds.
Okay, so we'll go to this side. Erase everything you just heard. Sorry. Like any smart businesswoman, they're going to be taking a look at those goals and reassessing. They've got it figured out. Yeah, they figured out everything except the fact that they are basically sweatshop employees. And we'd like to keep it that way. Okay.
Yeah. That's fucking depressing.
Yeah. Oh man, like, I don't have control, but if you want to try to find that spot where he's ripping on the job titles and the pay,
okay,
try scrubbing a little bit and searching for it. Oh, they're going to get a free Girl Scout membership right there. Look, see, they do get benefits.
Oh man. Free membership into working for us.
Yeah, you know, you could be, you don't need to give us the $50 a month or whatever it is.
Well, it sure does sound like a feel-good story until you realize that the average little girl makes only 3/4 of what that boy's weekly allowance is.
The child wage gap is really a problem.
Really a problem. There's another one. A teacher battling cancer ran out of sick days, so school employees showered him with theirs. Another cancer sick day donation story. Is this the movie Pay It Forward coming true or what?
Does Amazon let you do that? I bet they don't even allow you to donate sick days to your leukemia coworkers.
Pay It Forward. How many years ago was that movie, you think? 20?
Yeah, at least.
Okay. Yeah. A 7-year-old from Alabama is selling lemonade to help pay for her brain surgeries.
Oh my.
Only in America.
Oh, wow.
That's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, this is why we gotta have just healthcare. Like most of the healthcare like issues people have, it's like out of their control. And even for those that have some control, like there's all those daredevils, like people like base jumping and doing crazy stunts and shit, and they put themselves at risk. We should just take care of people. Like that should just be a basic function, you know, of the government. And healthcare for all is a way to do that, you know. And it just, I can't believe we're debating this shit in supposedly the greatest nation in the world.
Mm-hmm. Selling lemonade for 25 cents because you're 7 years old and have a brain tumor and you need surgery to get that removed.
I wouldn't buy that for 25 cents. Like if I had a $5 bill on me, I would like give her $5 for some lemonade, you know, like, you know, I never really, you know, I remember doing that. I think every now and then I'll see like a lemonade stand like walking around, and I'm a kind of a poor guy, so I usually give like $2 or $3 or something like that, but never fucking like 25 cents, 50 cents. I never fucking give that shit, you know, exactly what it is. I always give more. And you could tell that other people did that shit too, because she has a jar full of like, you know, bills and on the table there. So obviously other people do the same, you know. It's like, yeah, here's $1 for that, thank you, you know, or $2 or whatever they give, you know.
How many stories are there of these GoFundMe sites and GoFundMe campaigns to pay for life-saving surgery? The 7-year-old that has a brain tumor has to fucking sell lemonade to stay alive because
I'm sure it's a very high percentage. You know, it's like probably like it's a total guess off the top of my head, but like 40%, maybe more. You know, of all GoFundMe shit is like related to
healthcare,
raising medical, you know, raising money for medical expenses and shit.
That's pathetic.
God.
Ah, wow. Well, you see that? And you idiots want to give everybody Medicare for all and take away that girl's pride and dignity she's going to feel from somehow selling enough lemonade to pay for her own brain surgery.
I couldn't even make up a joke. If I had to make like a sad exaggeration for a joke in a cartoon, I wouldn't even come up with a girl has to sell lemonade on the street.
For her brain surgery.
Because people, who sells lemonade anymore? Well, I guess kids that need brain surgery. Holy shit.
In a first world country. In the first
Yeah.
fucking world country, someone's having to sell lemonade for the brain surgery.
And that's where capitalism, like our conditioning for capitalism, like overrides like other things. You know, it's like, well, you know, she's out there trying to be a businesswoman. Look at this little businesswoman, you know, and yeah, she's raising money for her brain surgery, but it's capitalism. She's so capitalist. We should all be proud of this. Like it's a fucking cult.
It's mental gymnastics to make it make sense.
Yeah, that's so fucked up. Oh
End of
my
the
god!
day,
Like
to-
anyone that what's the problem here? What's the problem? Like, go fuck yourself.
Shit.
Every heartwarming human interest story in America is like he raised $20,000 to keep 200 orphans from being crushed in the orphan crushing machine, and then never asks why an orphan crushing machine exists or why you'd need to pay to prevent it from being used. That's exactly right.
That's brilliant. Who the fuck said that?
Here's another.
And that's totally accurate
By the way,
too. By the way,
I don't know if
a good tweet.
It really is. I mean, it sums up everything. Why the fuck does that exist? Why is it set up this way? How is it not changed?
You listen
Well,
to that.
you know, because capitalism, baby.
Mm-hmm. But it's very unique to your country. Very
Well,
unique.
we have, you know, extreme capitalism. Like, you know, you guys only dream of being capitalists like us.
No.
Commie bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
From some entitled loser who can't stand to see kids sell lemonade to pay for their brain surgery like they're supposed to. So here, this is one of my all-time favorite clips.
Oh my god. This is
Yeah,
like
they're gonna
gone
show
full,
that, yeah.
fully back around to the start of our show tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, this is awesome.
This
I couldn't find this clip if I fucking tried right now.
This sums up this neoliberal culture we're living in. You ready for this? Watch this.
We are living longer, and people are working longer, and the truth of the matter is, elderly baby boomers have got a lot to offer to our society, and we shouldn't think about giving up our responsibilities in society. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Yeah. But nevertheless, there's a certain comfort to know that the promises made will be kept by the government.
Yes.
And so thank you for asking that. You don't have to worry.
That's good because I work jobs and
I don't know what the fuck just happened to that clip. I don't know why.
Oh god damn it, Jimmy Dore, fuck you.
I
fucking thing.
think he's going to fix it and he's going to replay it. My
I
bad.
hope so, because
I
I can't
didn't
believe.
remember all the fuck ups in this clip.
I just can't believe it came fully around.
So low. It's fucking too low, and the punchline of the fucking clip drops out. You ready to hear this? You ready for this?
Yeah, I'd love to hear it. Get your shit together, Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, right. Damn it, Jimmy.
I got a better fucking production.
Works 3 jobs. Uniquely American. That is fantastic.
Okay, look, I'm gonna skip that because that is so frustrating. I can't even tell you. So, it's so fucking nuts. Okay, so, here's another one.
Oh, he's not.
So, and I don't know if you could hear that lady was telling George Bush was assuring that woman that her Social Security would be there for her, and she said, "Well, I hope so because I think I contribute. I work 3 jobs." And he says, 3 jobs? Wow, isn't that uniquely American? Isn't that great? That's what he says. Like, it doesn't dawn on that guy. Yeah.
It didn't dawn on anybody. There was no outrage when that existed in the zeitgeist when it happened. Nobody fucking pointed this out.
Yeah, it was people digging up the clip like years later and everything. And maybe there were some people pointing it out back at the time, but definitely not. Like everybody in that room was like, "Yeah, woo, she's old and she works 3 jobs. You know, the old people could be workers too,
They can
and
still
not have
contribute to
time for
society.
themselves and everything." You know, like,
Only in America could you have the opportunity to work your fucking ass 24/7 when you're 75
Yeah.
years old. Only in America.
yeah, and not. You don't want to be lazy. You don't want to have time with your family. You don't want to have like no lazy days alone. You know, that's
That's
you're a piece
communism.
of shit if you're like that. You know,
That's
you got to be working,
communism.
making some major corporation money or some nonprofit. You know, people at the top. You got to make them money. You got to make someone money.
That senior citizens shouldn't have to work 3 jobs in the richest country in the world. we're teaming up with Girl Scouts on their first National Computer Science Program and Cyber Challenge, which will empower girls to pursue careers in STEM fields, including cybersecurity, computer science, and robotics. Who's saying that? Raytheon. It's Raytheon.
Lovely.
I know, right? They shape the futures of so many, you know, and
a war contractor.
It's sad.
A fucking contractor that builds death machines. Let's get the kids.
Yeah, you could help us make death machines, you know, like it's every little girl's dream and boy's dream.
Yep.
But now we get to the good part.
Here we are.
These are the salaries of the Girl Scouts.
That's 2017 or 2020. I'm sorry.
Wow. Seriously, wow.
Yeah.
That
That's $750,000 a year. Like, I could live for, like, you know, I live on $10,000 a year, so that's like 73 years right there for me.
That's your entire life.
In 1 year's pay.
That the CEO makes for a non-profit organization.
Oh yeah,
that has
non-profit. Yeah, there
definitely
needs to be some looking into, and some things changed with non-profits because these salaries are too lavish.
We're selling cookies. This is off the fucking backs of 8-year-old girls selling cookies.
8-year-old homeless girls.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, 2020.
So
right?
this is right.
Because she left.
So she was the former CEO. She was making $732,000. She departed in August of 2020. Anthony Doy, he's the former COO. He departed in March of 2020. He was making $500,000. Lynette McKay, Chief Customer Service Officer, she was making $450,000. Angela Olden, CFO, she was making almost $450,000. This is a lot of money. This is like $3-4 grand a day, something like that. I'm not a math scientist, so I'm gonna check my numbers. How about Barry Horowitz? He's the Chief Revenue Officer. He makes $437,000. Here we go. It keeps going. Jennifer Rokon, General Counsel, she makes $433,000. Saprit Kaur Saluja, she's the Chief Strat. I don't know what that even means. She makes $395,000. Florence Godfrey, former Chief Brand Marketing and Com Officer, he made $350,000. Annette Freytag, former Chief of Staff, made $330,000.
That CEO makes just over $2,000 a day. $2,000 a day.
I mean, you got to pay him for his hard work, you know.
In one day, they would make enough money to put the entire troop in some kind of housing, with basic necessities, meeting their basic needs. One day.
Look, you got to pull yourselves up by the bootstraps in America. You know, the housing isn't up to the Girl Scouts. It is up, you know, to the Girl Scouts. It's up to the 8-year-olds to house themselves, and while selling cookies and making, you know, paying these guys salaries.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. It's the greater good. You got to pay these salaries.
$36,000. Boy, these people are really proud of their skills. They're really proud of their skills.
A lot of them used to be homeless girls, but that's what you don't realize.
Yeah.
They sold cookies and got to the top.
That's right.
Joke.
Amy Berkowitz,
No shit, it's a fucking pyramid scheme.
former CIO, makes $300,000. Bernice Johnson, former Vice President, she made $290,000. Daniel Schultz, former Senior Director for Products, Plat, and Services, $288,000. Andrea Bastiani Archimba, former Chief Family Engineer, departed in 2019. She was making $280,000. Maureen McNerney, she's the Chief People Officer. What does that mean? What the fuck? Does anyone know what that is? Do you know what that is?
I think you process the homeless children.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Oh, yeah.
People officer.
You process the homeless children.
The made-up fucking title for $300,000 a year.
Well, come on, you're a Chief People Officer. You know, you're good with people.
You must be goddamn good. Get that job.
$279,000. These are a lot of. This is a lot of money. So you see how it keeps going. We could keep doing this all day. But here's my favorite. 15 of the 19 mostly highly compensated people at the Girl Scouts are male. 15 of the 19. Almost 80% of the most highly compensated
that's so fucked up.
Employees.
That's the Girl Scouts.
It's the Girl Scouts all written by men.
Yeah.
That's the fucking icing on top of this shit burger.
Oh, dude, that is definitely, yeah, and that's kind of insulting, you know. Like, if anything, you know, I would think, and I know, like in most cases, it shouldn't matter, but here maybe probably should be an exception. This is the Girl Scouts.
Mm-hmm.
Why are there not females that are, like, why aren't it 15 of the 19 most highly compensated are females?
Well,
Why is it not like that?
by the 15 of the 19, where of these little homeless girls are they going to grow up to get in a position like this? There's not even a position. It's all ran by men.
Yeah, and that salary, the person at the top there, they could probably buy like a half dozen to a dozen houses, depending on which states and everything, and solve homelessness for anywhere from 10 to 50 people, depending on family sizes and shit.
Or have like a center for them, right? Apartment buildings.
I'm sure they'll sell more cookies if there was a good cause involved. Definitely the homeless scouts should be something that would be very cool if in a year from now someone organized it.
Yep.
He's at the Girl Scouts are male. Come on, that's funny. and while 4 of the 19 are female.
Fucked up.
Really? Girl Scouts paid. So this is my favorite part of that story. Girl Scouts paid for first class or charter travel and made gross payments and tax indemnifications. What does that mean? I'll tell you. The Form 990 reports that some executives of the Girl Scouts don't live in New York, where the headquarters is. So how do they remedy this? They gave jobs, the top-paying jobs, almost $1 million a year jobs to people who don't live in New York City. You would think if someone hired you for $750,000, you would move to the city that you're supposed to work in.
Jimmy,
that's not what they're doing.
I don't know if I have a problem with that. A lot of people work remotely now.
There's so much waste and everything. They're like, well, what's a little bit more, but it's like too much, dude.
I only get out of bed for $300,000. I don't actually commute for $300,000.
Not going to commute. So here's what they're doing. To facilitate their commute from their respective home states and the need that each work from GSUSA's Girl Scouts USA New York-based headquarters, the Chief Operating Officer, Chief Administrative Officer, and Chief Customer Officer received an annual travel and living allowances grossed up for applicable taxes.
Okay, now I have a problem. That's a lot of waste, like you said. A lot of fat there.
Yeah, well, they're like, well, we got a little bit of fat here. Well, how about some more fat here? And then, and then it's just out of control.
Mm-hmm.
So meaning,
like a company doing this, like Microsoft, and they got some important dude, but this is supposed to be a non-profit, and you should be efficient with the money that you're getting, and this is not being efficient with it. Now, is there some unique situation where, like, look, I gotta, like my grandma, she's dying, and I really want to, spend time with her, and so I got to live out here, and you should probably be allowed that, but that should be like something that you should have to fight for too. Like, it shouldn't just be given. You should have to explain yourself, publicly explain yourself, because this is a nonprofit. This is the exact reason why I need this, set up. But a lot of this shit is done in the dark, behind closed doors, and people aren't really aware of it. Unless some jerk-off comedians in their garage bitch about it.
I've worked for a lot of companies that I've received a travel allowance, where I live versus getting to a ship halfway across the world. I'm going to get paid for my time.
Yeah.
But these motherfuckers that are...
But this is the shipping, industry that you're part of wasn't a non-profit.
Mm-hmm. And I didn't travel fucking first class or chartered private planes.
And obviously you should have champagne everywhere you go. When you're being, that's the way it is, right?
Children.
You have homeless girls, selling cookies for you. You should definitely have some champagne.
You can't fly coach. Jeez.
Yeah, you can't get
With
champagne in coach, like, or at least it's not free. Like, you gotta fucking pay for
it. What that means is, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but so if you get travel benefit, you have to count that as pay. So they'd only give you the travel benefit, but they give you the amount of taxes you're going to have to pay extra on that money. Do you get that? So you get this, right? This is tax-free money they're getting.
So they give you and give you and give you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and not a fucking dime for anything. You're not paying anything. You're getting free travel, you're getting free room and board, you're getting free food, everything's paid for. And if any of that is taxed, we're going to pay for the tax.
They give you the tax, too. That's so fucked up.
And they get to fly, well, they flew first class. And get this. The annual travel and living allowance was based on the reasonable average NC cost. I don't know what NC means. To lease an apartment. Plus commuting expenses to and from their primary residences. They got to have an apartment paid for on top of their salary from the Girl Scouts.
Child labor.
Yeah,
it doesn't get any worse.
Definitely be. This is the greater good, okay? Is taking a bunch of money from little girls and living lavish lifestyles where you have pretty much no expenses. Like I guess you got to buy food, and if you want Netflix or something, you got to pay for that.
Sure, that's written off.
I'm sure there's a way to write it off because I remember working at a pizza place, and very often we'd get like a church or some sort of nonprofit, and they would come in and they would order 100 pizzas or some shit, and they're like, yeah, and we need this tax free too.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure the Girl Scouts do that shit, especially these CEOs, or they'll have their assistant do it, really, and they'll, order some pizzas for the party and make sure to get it tax exempt because it's for the Girl Scouts.
Yeah.
Wait.
In New York City, one of the most expensive places in the world to live. Go ahead, Kurt.
So a bunch of them didn't live in New York, so that means they just got the money if they were living there, plus the commuting expenses for a commute they don't make. Am I reading that right?
No. They're commuting to New York. They don't live in New York State, so they fly every week to New York City, and they go to their first class, and then they go to their apartment that is also paid for by the Girl Scouts that's in New York City.
And then just all the money pretty much ends up in the bank account, in their bank account, and they don't have any expenses. Like these damn Girl Scouts and their families, they gotta pay for their fucking shelter. And that's why they don't have any shelter, because they can't afford it. But here we got the leaders of the fucking Girl Scouts, and they could totally afford their own fucking shelter. But the Girl Scouts are going to give them the salary, plus they're going to pay for their fucking, apartment, which is probably way nicer than my shitty studio apartment.
It's absolutely disgusting. If I had kids, I would never fucking let them be involved in something like this.
If I had kids, I would be like, look, how about, the homeless scouts? Now, what's that? It's something that you should make.
That is.
Hey, let's sell some cookies, girls. Come on, get out there.
So the Girl Scouts couldn't hire someone who lives actually in the city? Or they couldn't demand that they move there? No, the Girl Scouts, we'll give you an apartment. We'll pay for your first class travel. And the girls who sell the cookies don't get anything.
I think they get like a 22
no, they
cent
get a free
commission
membership.
or something, maybe.
You're kidding.
Some minuscule thing. I could be wrong about that, but I thought I saw that.
According to the article I read, in the good news section of CNN, it just said that they got field trips and stuff like that.
Oh, look out.
Yeah, they get to go on a field trip every now and then. That's, what more do they want?
But they probably call it a field trip. Going to sell the cookies. Going to sell the cookies in front of a supermarket is probably their field trip.
Yeah, right.
That's.
They're like, look, we're driving past this museum. There we go. That's it.
Just set
now
up a
we're
table.
in front of the King Supers or whatever.
That woman that was the CEO that left.
Yeah.
She was the woman before her was known as the Cookie Monster because of how much she would hammer everybody to sell cookies.
Yeah.
And she left in 2011. Then they brought that woman in. So that woman was the reform. The reform CEO, the 800,000 a year one.
Yeah, she was the reformer. Okay, so now you know the rest of the story about the Girl Scouts.
That's fucking depressing.
Yeah, I thought he went a little bit more on the names and everything, but maybe I misremembered. Sorry about that. Likely, I did.
Oh, that's fine. It was fucking depressing. I'm glad we watched it, but Jesus Christ, that's depressing.
How much do you think in general an Amazon corporate person makes?
I don't know. What do you think? Probably 100,000 a year.
Probably like 300,000.
Just to stick with the theme, if you will. if the CEO for the Girl Scouts is making $750,000, Jesus, I don't want to know what they make at Amazon.
Oh, we're about to
100
learn.
160,000
150
is the
160?
average. 160 is the average for an Amazon worker who's in corporate and tech. So, you know.
Oh, that's nothing. They need to go work for the Girl Scouts. They're in the wrong business. Clearly.
Of course, they can't live off that. They can't live off that, these Amazon corporate and tech workers. While the actual warehouse workers that are actually producing the labor and making all the money for Jeff Bezos to put his dick, shuttle his dick rocket to space, they are.
I'm so happy they point that out, because that goddamn rocket looks just like a fucking penis.
I mean, most rockets, to be fair, are very phallic in nature, but that one did look like a fat dildo that I might find on some sex toy website.
It really does. Like, in particular, it has a fucking dickhead.
Yeah, it literally has a dickhead. Like,
I mean, look at it. And they're selling this little fucking model. It's a dildo.
Yeah, that's
It's a fucking
essentially a
dildo.
dildo. Like you could just paint that, like a solid color and totally
Let it
sell
vibrate
that as a
on.
dildo.
But the
I don't
rocket's-
know how brittle the plastic is. It may not hold up well. I don't know.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, I mean, if you compare it to these, right? Like even the Virgin one, that's not a dildo. Bezos is very much so a dildo.
Yeah, the rest of the rockets kind of have like a syringe, a needle kind of like shape, but the Bezos one definitely looks like a dildo.
Yeah. And a short one too, not very long. But I always hear the white ones are a lot shorter. So.
Yeah, I can't really brag or anything. I'm just an average dude, so I know women like some women they're like no, the dude needs to have a big penis. I saw that a lot. I don't know. Maybe there were a bunch of fake profiles that were calling for that, but a lot of women are like, no, I need to have a big penis, and it's like, well, yeah, what if the dude that has the big penis is like a fucking asshole, like a straight up like an abusive asshole? Like, wouldn't my solution for just not being gifted with some massive cock is just fucking like heading over to the sex toy shop, and anywhere from $20 to $100 will get you something nice and big. And they're like, and I don't know if this is some conditioning that like some dude with a big dick did to women, and it's like, yeah, but it doesn't feel exactly the same, like skin on skin. You gotta like it'll be latex or PVC on skin, and it's like, who gives a fuck? Like, it'll still feel good. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Maybe it's not the size of the dick. Maybe it's the fact you have a big vagina.
That's another thing too. Is like I see like gaped vaginas, like erect penises. Like that's just the state that they're supposed to be in.
Yeah.
So like I don't know how that turned into like some derogatory thing against women, but like vaginas are designed to stretch and. They go back to normal, unless, I guess there could be some permanent stretching if you had, like, two fists up there or some shit, but...
Oh, well, yeah, childbirth fucks it.
Yeah, for the most part, like,
destroys it.
and guys only fucking talk that shit, like, oh, you were loose, and it's like, yeah, well, you were banging it for the past year and a half, and you didn't see